real hardcore, girl. I'm strategizing my way down to the VIP, down to the front row, girl. I am, using all of my contacts because all I'm gonna need to do is get close to the man, girl. Okay, all he gonna have to know is that I exist, and then it's gonna be on and popping, girl. Okay, I feel like Kevin Gates is like the straight equivalent of myself. He's just so free, and he just wants you to beat his own drum, and he just don't give a fuck. And I just live for all that no fucks given energy. And then he's spiritual, and he got a fun size dick, and he's funny, and he got a sense of humor. And I just love him. Hot wings, I cannot stand him. I can also see why people could feel that way about Kevin Gates. I really can see that. But I just love him. And when I see him, I'm just going to love him and squeeze him and kiss him and hug him and never let him go. But what's going on, you guys? Y'all already know what we're here to get into, girl. We're about to have a riveting discussion. Hold on, y'all. All right, I'm back. Go ahead and run those thumbs up on this video. You guys know that thumb it up helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another country crew member and telling them to get their arses into the sanctuary or south. Shout out to all of the new subbies because we're working, girl. Oh, it's so crazy when you just are growing and your influence and your impact is everything, and you do not have to beef with damn near all of YouTube to do it, girl. You don't have to insert yourself into female rap battles, girl. You don't have to go to free events and find influencers larger than yourself to go throw water in the face of. You just get to be a badass bitch. That's it. That's all. Just bad bitch energy, girl. That's it. That's all, child. Okay. You don't gotta wear your granddaddy blazer, to go get your paper bag lunch from Zeus, girl. You just get to be a bad bitch. You don't have to do anything more than just be legendary and be in your energy. And, you can still end up, first class flights, 5-star hotels, exclusive events. You can just be that girl. Oh my God. I mean, I'm literally paving the way for these girls. I'm showing them how to be iconic without effort, girl. How to just attract iconicness. How to just attract the yellow brick road, girl. No assertion, no trying, just beingness. Oh my God. I'm just leaving the jewels of life and manifestation behind. What's going on, Sonetta? Hey, Neo. Hey, Boo. Hey, Lisa. Anyway, we need to subscribe, girl. Share the stream out. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me speak to everybody in the building. What's going on, the coldest panda? What's going on, little twerker? Hey, Tay. Hey, Kiwana. Hey, Jordana and the missus. What's going on, Lady D? Hey, Monica. Hey, Kiwana. Hey, baby mother Neo. What's going on, Sabby? Hey, Lisa. Hey, Hot Wings. What's going on, Shea Butter? Hey, Nikki. What's going on, Luscious? Hey, Ray. What's going on, Aston? Hey, Boo. Hey, No Flesh Inspirational Channel. Hey, Love. What's going on, Monica? Hey, Renee. What's going on, Sable Bunny? Hey, Boo. What's going on, Cats Meow? Hey, Shayla. What's going on, Kevin P? Hey, what's going on, Janice? Hey, Auntie. Hey, guys. Hi. Hey, Boo. What's going on, Shauna? What's going on, Delightful? Why everybody always want to call me when I'm working, girl? I've been sitting over here basking in, lusting after Kevin Gates for the past hour and a half. And I was at perfect peace in unison, girl. Soon as I press this live button, everybody want to come blowing up my text messages, blowing up my phone, girl. It always happens, honey, when I break my trance state, child. What's going on, Delightful D? Hey, y'all, what's going on? So, you guys, what's going on, Stranger Things? Hey, Lady J. What's going on, Sahara? What's going on, Bridget? Hey, Boo. What's going on, Sabra? So, you guys know we interviewed Larry Reed's fake accuser, Levontre Andrews' alleged mistress last night. So if you guys did not get an opportunity to see that particular interview, girl, you better get into it, okay? Get into it. Check that out. It was everything and then some, bruh. All right. You guys know I've been also kind of out of the loop, because this was my birthday month, and then there was just so much going on. I did so much traveling, so much other content also popped up, so I kind of got out of the headspace of what was going on in the media and pop culture and all of that good jazz. So I'm finally circling back around and getting back on my square. And of course, I've been seeing this whole T.I King Harris situation. Matter of fact, when I was live on Instagram day before yesterday, somebody had asked me about my thoughts on the whole T.I King Harris thing. I had not actually seen anything yet, but I finally had an opportunity to do so today. So I want to discuss my thoughts on King Harris and this tussle, girl, he got into with his thin-haired ass pappy, T.I. And I had kind of have an unpopular opinion that will unfold throughout the commentary. And if I have time, I'll definitely open up the link. It's 210 of y'all in the building. Please, please, please thumbs up the video, whether you are a Bush baby actively in these streets or even a part of the replay gang that would greatly, greatly, greatly help out the platform. And I also want to thank my baby mother, Cynthia, for the old nasty piece of Cash App, girl. For the old nasty baby father child support check. Yes, God. Okay, for sermons and birthday. Thank you, Sin. I love you long time. Kiss the kids for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God, honey. Sent forth the glory. Y'all. Sin sent forth the whole glory, y'all. Okay, y'all know that all donation information is in the description box as well. Cash App and PayPal. If you appreciate the fact that I've been working my ass off, okay, then you know how to make it real and show the love some gang, all right? I mean, show the gang some love, all right? So let's go ahead and get into this whole King Harris and Tiny Harris and T.I Harris debacle, all right? Do I want to share this article? Yeah, let's go ahead and share the article, girl, because I got to show y'all some things that's on here. So this is going to be courtesy of XXLmag.com. Okay, we're going to review the video as well as get the deets when it comes to the things of the things of the things. Hold on. I got to arrange my little tabs here, child. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. Thumbs up, up, up. All right, so XXLmag.com, child. And can y'all hear me good? Give me a 1 if you guys can hear me, because I'm not in my studio. I'm actually on my couch, resting in my coochie. If you guys can hear me, I'm using the built-in microphone on my MacBook to communicate with you guys. If it sounds all right, give me a nest. All right, everything's a 1. What's going on, Bougie Barbie? Hey, Seti. Hey, y'all. All right, so let's do it. XXLmag.com, girl. A representative for T.I has issued a statement on his behalf regarding the recent incident with his son, King Harris. T.I was captured on video in a heated argument with his son, King Harris, over the weekend on Sunday, November the the 26th, T.I brought his family out to Atlanta Falcons NFL game as he appeared in front of a packed Mercedes-Benz stadium to bring the Falcons out of the locker room. At one point during the outing, King's son hit up Instagram Live to stream a lively debate he was having with T.I and King's mother, T.I Harris, as the notable hip-hop family argued over whether or not King Harris was the product of a privileged childhood. Things became increasingly heated. While King denies growing up within a gated community, he explains that he spent most of his childhood being raised by his grandmother. He says he preferred being at his grandmother's house, where he claims to have lived a lifestyle that was much more rough around the edges. Quote, King, have you ever woke up with a roach on your face? T.I counters in the video below. All right, then, you don't know what you're talking about. In reference to living with his grandmother, King's mother, Tiny, then chimes in, quote, I'm going to tell you why we wanted to be over there. Because he could suck a pacifier over there. He could suck a pacifier over there until he was 12 years old. He didn't do that in the house. Later in the IG live video, Tiny appears to grab King's phone as he continues to film and become much more argumentative. T.I then appears to grab a hold of his son, yelling that he is embarrassing himself and his family. King Harris then returned to Instagram with a series of since deleted IG stories addressing the situation. Quote, I don't give up who you are, King types in part. Quote, Mup can play with me in my face, not going for that. I'm a grown ass man now. He continues, quote, if I'm a mistake, say that. Stop making the world think you F with me when you don't. Also on King Harris's Instagram, amid the dispute, the up-and-coming rapper posted a song dedicated to his aforementioned grandmother titled Grandma's Boy. XXL has reached out to both T.I and King Harris for statements on the matter. In the video and Instagram stories below, watch the heated exchange between T.I and his son and see King's response to the situation. All right, this is courtesy of Twitter user Live Bites. Let's check this out, you guys. Okay, it's being raggedy. Hold on, let me do something. I might have to go right on over to the left on Miss Twitter herself, girl. Okay, here we go. Here we go now. All right, let me share the screen again, child. Hey, Intersex. Hey, boo. Miss you. All right, let's do Miss Twitter.
You ever woke up with a roach on your face?
Here. No, that's not the goal.
All right, then. So there it goes.
In your ear.
I don't know what you're talking about.
In the neighborhood with me that broke up with roach in your ear. Y'all want to go to the bando in my neighborhood? Do y'all want to go to the bando? Do y'all want to go to the bando? To make him look better, he said he know not true. Silver spoon, I ain't never ate with that day a day in my life. You did have a spoon. You will have to come to my grandma's house because I'm getting in the fight.
You cried like a baby to go to your grandma's house. You to hold your breath.
Okay, so now they gagging him, girl. He's saying I don't know what the hell a silver spoon is. Tyler was like, girl, as hard as I had to pop this pussy on your sex offender ass father, girl, okay, allegedly to get this damn silver spoon, girl, as much of Latasha, Latavia, Beyonce, Michelle, Kelly, and Candy I had to put up with, bitch, to carve out a spoon for you, bitch. You definitely had a big ass spoon. Why you think your mouth so big? Because the spoon was bigger, bitch. God had to carve your mouth out and customize it to the size of the goddamn spoon that I done pussy popped and slaved all over this microphone and all in this industry for. Okay? But King is countering that, saying, I don't know what that is. And saying I was with my grandmama, okay?
Because I'm getting in the
you
fight.
cried like a baby to go to your grandma.
Saying that, look, you ain't even want to go over there to your grandmammy house, baby. We had to put your ass on the back of a damn T-Rex to haul your ass over there, baby. We had to strap your ass down to the gurney just to get you to grandma's house. Don't be acting like you is a grandma's boy, honey. You did not want to leave the mini mansion. You did not want to leave the 1,077 square foot ass triple layered brick and mortar ass home, girl, carved out by all of our wealth. You did not want to leave the smart TVs, the Illuminati AI, honey, okay? You was with the gated community. You was with the gated property, girl. You love having a passcode to get in and out of the garage, girl. Don't be trying to big up grandma now, honey. Let's really talk about the church's business if we're going to talk about it, T.I saying.
Every day. You need to hold your breath.
I don't want to be in these gates. I want to be outside in the neighborhood. That's why I want to be over there. But they don't understand that.
No, I'm going to tell you the reason why you want to be over there. Y'all ready? Because he can suck and pacify over there till he was 12 years old. He want to suck and pacify till he was 12 years old. He couldn't do that in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Now Tiny done got her ass in the camera and done exposed her damn grandma. Done exposed her mama for being the reason why her son King is developmentally delayed. Like the reason why his ass is on the shortest bus now is because my mama had a pacifier in his damn mouth until he was 12 years old. Okay, the reason why his ass got the damn energy of Pippi Longstocking right now is because my mama was breastfeeding his ass, had his ass on the pacifier until he was damn near 21, girl. Okay, so we gonna blame Mama Harris, honey. Yeah, the same mama that was trying to get old girl her money, honey, from Latasha, honey, the one who was trying to get the girls paid. The pendulum swings in both directions now. Mama good for some things, but baby, what you don't do is give her your goddamn eldest son, bitch, because he gonna end up with 21 gaps and 21 extra damn chromosomes fucking around with her ass, okay? So Tiny knows no loyalty, baby, okay? If mama ass got to be supposed, in the words of Jocelyn, then supposed it got to be. But somebody is going to have to be accountable for this child here, okay? And Tiny saying it's going to be her mama.
They trying to say I was over there trying to suck a passy, but they ain't going to tell you everything like that. They trying to hide it.
Ain't nobody hiding
it. He capping. He know I stand on business. He know that. Ain't no nigga ever pulled my car ever in life. I stand on business. You drop me somewhere, I stand on business. You drop me in your hood, I stand on business.
I don't think you stand on business.
Yeah. I've been stood on business. I've been stood on business. You want to hide it for the world, I'm going to put it out there for them to see. I want to put up nowhere. You ain't had me put up nowhere. Like, you ain't had me behind the mansion. I was outside doing what I wanted to do.
You was behind that till you cried.
No, I got too much to drink. I drunk too much.
Okay, so King saying, girl, my handlers are capping, girl. They capping off the Hennessy. I don't know whether it's the brown in the liqueur. I don't know whether it's the Budweiser or the Bud Light, baby. I don't know what got them twisted up tonight, girl. I don't know whether it's them got them Quaaludes that they use on their damn alleged victims that they accidentally dropped in their own drinks that got them twisted up in their head like this, girl. Okay? But, it's all cap, girl. I was outside, being a real boy.
Drunk too much. Let's go. Now, get mad because we say the South ain't the suburbs. Then he want to talk about some other like this being sick. This being sick. No, I'm being real. You lying. You over here flagging. You're capping. You capping. I know you. I know you. What's wrong with y'all? Why y'all doing that to me? Y'all know me. You know I stand on business. You know I stand on business. Why you even letting somebody play with me like that? Why you letting somebody play with me like that? Why you letting him play?
Okay, so King is crying out right now, girl. Like, why y'all not holding me down, girl? Even if I'm lying and I'm capping right now, and I was privileged, and I ain't never had to know struggle. I ain't never had to know a roach. I ain't never had to know fabuloso. I ain't never had to know a mousetrap, bitch. Even if that's not the case, we is outside, and you supposed to hold me down and support all my lies when we are in front of company. Now, y'all know what the real tea is behind the scenes. But that's behind the scenes that we honor the truth, baby. I'm out here in public. The cameras is rolling, girl. Why is y'all letting me down like this right now?
Why you letting him play with me like that? No, ain't no joking. Ain't no joking. What do you mean?
You are embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself. You are embarrassing yourself. You are embarrassing yourself.
Hey, what is you talking about? Get out me. Get out me.
Well, you can't.
Okay, so at this point, girl, braids is falling out. The Catalonian ass weave is sprouting off the head, girl. Toupees are sliding to the left, doing the electric slide down the forehead, girl. Gorilla glue is being lifted, girl. Okay, it's going down.
Not with me. Ain't shit you can do with me. Well, you can't do nothing with me. Ain't shit you can do with me.
Okay, so as you guys heard from the old nasty piece of article, girl, that after that a series of Insta stories was sent off and all of that. Okay, with him basically effing the daddy, etc. Now, what I want to do before I get into my commentary is I want to just slide over to T.I.'s arrest record. And you'll see how I'm going to bring this all together. All right? So let's just go down mugshot lane, courtesy of WSBTV.com. Okay, the Ku Klux Klan made themselves useful, all right, by honoring all of the niggerment that T.I. has been involved in since 1998, which was that he was arrested and convicted in Georgia for distribution of cocaine, manufacturing and distributing a controlled substance, and giving authorities a false name. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison and was released after serving 1 year. All right. Let's scroll on down. In 2001, he was arrested for GUN possession. In 2002, instance where he was carrying a 10mm pistol, in a 2004 bust, during which authorities found a silencer enhanced weapon and loads of ammunition. In 2004, he was busted on a parole violation just as his career was taking off because of his hit Rubber Band Man. In October 2007, T.I. was arrested for attempting to illegally purchase firearms just hours before he was scheduled to perform at the BET Hip Hop Awards. He was arrested in Midtown Atlanta, where the award show was filmed. He was nominated for 9 awards and scheduled to perform that night. He served 366 days in prison. Authorities said he gave his bodyguard $12,000 to buy and deliver 3 magazine GUNs and 2 silencers to him, according to CNN. He was not allowed to own them because he is a convicted felon. In March of 2009, T.I. sentenced to 1 year and a day in prison and plea deal in relation to the weapons charge. In September of 2010, he was arrested in LA on drug charges after authorities said he was found with 4 ecstasy pills. October 10th, he was arrested. He was sentenced in October 2010 to 11 months in prison for the parole violation in September. When he was released from that sentence, he was required to perform 1,000 grueling hours of community service. All right. And hold on. Now, mind you, King is 18 years old, which means that he was alive and well and in the world. Okay? As most of T.I.'s convictions, stint with prison, in and out of the criminal justice system was taking place. Now, a lot of people have been handing King and T.I. their asses. A lot of people are saying that when a kid bucks at his parents, then you know something is deeply wrong in the buttermilk. You guys know that Charleston White, who was in a beef with T.I. and King, last year or a year before last, when he called out King and roasted him for getting arrested and then kind of bragging about it as if he had some self-perceived street cred as a result of the slap on the wrist he got from whatever it was he got arrested for. Well, of course, he chimed back in and said, hey, remember me, the guy you told, to back the hell up off your grown-ass son when I was just giving him a thorough verbal lashing as a dysfunctional elder in the community my damn self? Yeah, me, Charleston Wright, okay? Well, I'm back to say, hey, fuck you. You should have beat the shit out of him in those goddamn plastic veneers, girl. Okay? And most of the commentary is around, of course, disobedient children, blah, 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 blah. Here's the thing, right? This thing with King is very fascinating to me because it's an issue that is compounded with celebrity, privilege, hypermasculinity, and then family dysfunctionality. That's all wrapped up into the stew that has become and led to the end result of King Harris. Now, I understand the notion that kids, no matter what age, should, have a certain level of respect for their parents, regardless of what's being said. Okay, anything outside of self-defense, the general consensus is, a young person should find another way to handle the conflict. But my question to those who support that notion, especially in this particular scenario, is what the fuck has T.I. done that does not justify this behavior from King? T.I. spent a lot of his time as a father perpetuating toxic masculinity, drugs, violence, and hypermasculinity as an art form, but he also chose to attempt to actually be about that life too, which is why he was arrested between 1998 and 2010 consistently. Now, something that I think oftentimes happens with parents, and I always combat this, is this old adage, to do as I say and not as I do. And the reason why half of y'all got raggedy ass children who beating y'all all upside the motherfucking head and have been a total disappointment to, the 12 hours you spent in the labor room pushing this big head ass motherfucker out of your womb, is because you do not realize that there is no such thing as do as I say and not as I do. By default, you are a model citizen for your children, both father and mother. You don't get to pussy pop around that. You don't get to remix that. You don't get to undo the responsibility and the role that you default to, whether you like it or not. If you on crack, most likely his ass gonna be on crack too. If you a hoe, most likely she gonna be a hoe too. If you wild at the damn mouth and you don't handle conflict well, more than likely your children ain't gonna handle motherfucking conflict well. And even if they have the means to use fear as a way to respect you, they will replicate you in the lives of their peers, meaning that the violence you think is okay to perpetuate at home to them, that may get them information when it comes to you, will be the same violence that they will take out into the schoolyard, take out into the community, take out into the club, take out into the house party, take out into all these other areas. There is no such thing as do as I say and not as I do. You have to have the fortitude, the bandwidth, and the Wi-Fi to be conscious and intentional in your parenting. That is your burden. That is your responsibility. And if it is one that you do not want, this is exactly why contraception needs to be utilized on behalf of men and motherfucking women. Because a child is not something that has to be. So I'm looking at the so-called disrespect between a son and his father, and I'm just looking at the public feedback about this altercation, and I'm just thinking to myself, well, hell, to me, the math has math. The math has math here. You have a disrespectful ass man who has led a disrespectful ass lifestyle in the open, because T.I had the audacity to perpetuate toxic masculinity, hypermasculinity, heathen and ghetto hood politics as a public figure, and then somehow disingenuously convinced himself that the same art form that was turning other people's young boys and young girls into heathens and hoodlums was going to be the exception, that somehow the vibration and frequency and the witchcraft from the art form was just going to skip over his own fucking children. How sway? How so? How convenient of a thinking that is. What's going on, Styles by Stevie? Hey, IG, what's going on? Hey, Classic Queen. Team Perfect, he thought motherfucking wrong. Now, where King gets his dim-wittedness, his bimbo-ness from is his mammy, because she ain't nothing but a green-eyed, blonde hair at the root ass fool, and he gets his indignantness, which is not a motherfucking word, but anything that I say becomes one. You're welcome, Webster. From his delinquent, dysfunctional ass, two-timing, dualistic ass pappy. So he's a product of both of their lesser fucking nature. Okay? That's the unfortunateness of King's predisposition, is that he's a product of what's left at the base of the Kool-Aid jar from both his mother and his father. Both. But even on a spiritual level, let's take it to the metaphysics. What I find fascinating is that, to me, it's very obvious to me that King is a unique person, and he's supposed to do something very unique in the world. The principle that's behind his confusion, behind his rebellion, the principle at work is his uniqueness. Whatever King has come into the world to do as a soul is very much so connected to his sense of individuality. What he extracted from his father that's in his unconscious is his dad's ability to be a rule breaker, to be a tradition breaker, aka breaking of the law. Now, this worked out in part for T.I because him breaking away from the script of heathenness to some degree, pursuing a music career led to a major breakthrough that was able to be life-changing for him, even though T.I is still spiritually and morally immature and bankrupt as hell. But nonetheless, spirits. What King don't realize is happening because he's not being guided properly. He don't understand the spiritual laws that work in his life. He don't understand his life path. He doesn't really know what the fuck he's doing behind the wheel of the car. Is that he's not so much as trying to emulate being something that he's not. He's really trying to tap into who he actually is. But when you're unconscious and you're immature as hell, you have no way to accomplish doing that, but in a way that's disastrous. But it's not really about what he's trying to emulate. That's the root of this thing. His soul knows what it came into this world to do. It knows what it came into this body to do. It's seriously struggling to be free, but without a proper sensei and without proper community and nurture and guidance, it's like he's in a state of schizophrenia where there's a multitude of voices rather than one singular comprehensible thing. There's just a bunch of shit up against the wall. And he's just interacting with all of the stimuli because that's what happens when you're unguided. But you being conscious or unconscious does not stop your soul from trying to personify itself and its purpose into the earth. And what's a better way I can explain this? A better way I can explain this is King Soul is equivalent to a GPS. But because he's unconscious and he doesn't know what's happening in his conscious mind, he's not tapped into his divine mind. He essentially has on blinders. So it's almost like trying to follow coordinates with a blindfold on. The coordinates are coordinates, but because your conscious mind is turned off, disillusioned, and inactivated, you're walking around with blinders on. This is why his life looks a damn fool. But being the rule breaker is a part of the journey because it would take him to be unconventional. It would take him being willing to be different in order to live out his life path and his purpose. So the principle is there at work, but his only examples of what it means to go off the script, unfortunately, has come from his father, because most boys are looking to their dads and most girls are looking to their mothers as models, is dysfunctional. So his immature, itty-bitty, witty-ass mind only knows how to break away in the way that T.I broke away to quote-unquote find himself. So all this dumbass, macho, over-masculine, knucking and bucking, bravado, over egotism is his methodology right now. I want parents to really look at stuff like this. T.I and Tiny got a bunch of unconscious shit in they beingness that their children were going to inherit. And a lot of their children have been disgruntled. You guys know that the daughter has had her issues with T.I, the stepdaughter, over the whole gynecologist situation and him hoverboarding over her virginity and her hymen and being all up in her business when it came to whether she was still a virgin and making her go to the doctors and going with her to have her hymen checked, and how humiliating that was. And then you guys know that the other daughter also called out T.I a year or two ago as well. And I know at that time, they were kind of at odds with each other. I get the feeling that T.I and Tiny both are very incredibly selfish people in nature. It's been argued that Tiny is a mammy who has put her king first, which of course means that her children were left ultimately by the wayside, or that what was left of her, is what they got. But who she gave the most potent, intentional, present part of herself to was her light-skinned vanilla king. And then, of course, we know that T.I ain't nothing but an egotistical raging maniac. And it's even bizarre that Tiny thought that she was doing her big one by letting it be known that, her mother pretty much practically raised her son, because she doesn't even realize that, like, that's where the disconnect is. Some part of King feels abandoned and neglected because he probably is a special needs child, not special needs in terms of curriculum or the inability to comprehend and understand intellectually, but special needs in terms of the boy is probably empathic, probably incredibly gifted. He's probably an indigo rainbow child of some degree, but it's been avalanched and oppressed and mutated by way of living a very complicated life with very complicated parents, with with mixed signals of lifestyle. Here it is on one hand, we're living like the Smiths in the Bel Airs. At the same time, my father represents something real ratchet, hypersexual, and violent, and criminal, and chaotic. And what's funny about like unconscious ass parents is that so much of the focus gets put on the way the child acts, how disrespectful, when the more introspective and productive thing really to do when it comes to a so-called rebellious child is to first and foremost take an inward look at yourself. Because nothing exists within a vacuum. And all rebellious children to some part are responding to something in their parents that is either conscious on their parents' part or is unconscious on behalf of the parents. But parents have to get beyond and transcend this parental narcissism that oftentimes acts as this justification to be authoritarian as a parent, to be a dictator as a parent, to be incapable of any wrongdoing as a parent. You will not be able to have a healthy parent-to-child relationship, nor will you be able to be a fully functional parent to any young soul without being humbled. And one of the most humbling things you can do as a parent is use your children as a mirror. As a mirror. Because they're mirroring back your conscious self and they're mirroring back your unconscious self. Shauna says King is disrespectful because he's being disrespected. And see, that's a part of the unconscious parenting thing. How dare you get out here and be a disrespectful ass man and be a disrespectful ass father and have the audacity to get your ass locked up and you got a whole wife and you got children and daughter and sons out here to model the right thing to. And then don't see any of that art and don't see any of that street buffoonery as disrespect. But because you get paid to be a disrespectful ass, ill-intended human being, it's not considered disrespect. T.I. doesn't consider it disrespect because being a disrespectful low-grade human being is why a mansion exists, is exactly why a silver spoon exists. And it's unfortunate. Because when you start to get paid for what you do, it's easy to see what you do as right. But a check does not determine whether you're on the right side of things or not. Getting paid to do something does not determine morality or ethics. It just means you simply get paid to do what you do. That boy is mad as hell. Because his mom is an idiot and has been subservient to a man. That man has been absent, if not for him being in jail, from being on the road, from being in the industry. And then what was left of him to observing his father was toxic masculinity. So T.I. sitting back wondering, because I want to show y'all guys this. When King had got arrested and T.I. had to explain, or he had to respond to fans. Let's turn back the hands of time. Courtesy of people.com. Hey, Vala. T.I. responds to video of son King 18 discussing his arrest. I know that energy. T.I. is thanking fans for their concern about his son King after the 18-year-old revealed that he was arrested. Video showing King Harris discussing his recent arrest appeared on social media on Thursday, along with criticism that the oldest son of the rapper and wife Tamika Tiny Harris was proud of spending a brief time behind bars for charges that have not been made known publicly. On Friday, T.I. posted a video to Instagram in which he responded to fan comments about his son. Quote, "I know my son. Think I ain't spoke to my son? Think I ain't told my son, his mama, and his grandma? His ass is going to prison. If he keeps this shit up, his ass is going to prison. Ain't no way around it. Ain't nothing I'm going to be able to do about it, he continued. All right? It's not rocket science. You cannot teach anything to a girl or a boy that you don't model. That's why your children won't take your words seriously. You want to tell them to mind their mouth and their behavior when it comes to their peers, but they watch you go from the church house to the car and talk hella shit. They watch you smile in people's face and then get your ass on the phone and gossip and hoot and holler and talk crazy about a motherfucker. Kids and young people, they don't intellectualize all of the middle ground. All they seeing is what you're doing. All they seeing is what you're doing. All they experiencing is the hypocrisy and the mixed signals of it all. Who exactly are you telling me to be when you talk a good game, but you walking on crutches? You talk a good game, but you rolling on a fucking scooter. Your walk don't back up your motherfucking talk. You can't talk what you don't walk. There's a lack of integrity, and you compromise the wisdom and the message when you can't actualize it your damn self. So T.I sitting here wondering why the fuck all of his rhetoric and all of his do the right thing, you need to get your act together, son, you need to grow up, this is not the way. I can't fucking tell, bitch. 10 years of your ass surely entertaining the way. 10 plus years of you telling men this is who they are to be. This is how they are to stand up to themselves and for themselves. That being a man is about not being checked by another man rather than allowing yourself to be checked because what that man is saying is in love. You can't be the rubber band man and be my fucking daddy. Because in your head, you Clifford. But in my head, you T.I. In your head, you Clifford. In my head, you the rubber band man. And I know parents think they get to play dress up like this. As a parent, you got to pick a side, baby. Are your kids going to turn out just as lopsided as your ass did? And that's just the straight, flat out arithmetic of it all. T.I and Tiny are frustrated with their own reflection in the mirror, which is King. They think that they're better than King because they have a claim to fame and a wealth that's been manifested and amassed as a result of their foolishness. That doesn't make it any less foolish. They only don't really respect what he's reciprocating back to them and don't take it seriously, and they make it about him because he hasn't been able to get paid for his foolishness. He hasn't been able to be liberated and obtain a total sense of independency as a result of his foolishness. T.I and Tiny have, though. But as long as this is what they're using in order to deny all of the data that's in King's behavior toward them, then they're going to forever miss the mark. And this little flame, this boil between them is going to continue to topple over. Some type of goddamn witch doctor, voodoo priest, metaphysician, light worker needs to enter the goddamn chat when it comes to T.I and Tiny and let them know what the fuck is really going on between them and not only King, but them and all their fucking children. Because all of the children have reflected in one way or another that something ain't right in the buttermilk. And all they keep really doing, for the most part, is doing the bare minimum or making it about the kids. If I were T.I, I would be taking a long look at myself about what type of space, atmosphere, frequency, and energy have I cultivated, created, led, and facilitated that would make my son see me as his peer. That would lead to my son believing that or acting like I'm just another nigga off the street. Also, I need to address in my own behavior as a man how I'm going to expect this man to not embarrass himself and to maintain his discipline and his impulses, but I am the father and can't even control the impulses that leads me to put in my hands on my son. Because T.I instigated that physical altercation. And once again, you can't talk what you don't walk, baby. The universe gonna keep that same motherfucking energy. T.I and Tiny just go to show that they're just as immature as they son. Both of them in the camera. Both of them is egging shit on. But we know that Tiny's brain is built like old McDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. We know that she got E-I-E-I-O ass psychology. Because when T.I said, son, you are embarrassing the family, no, bitch. Y'all embarrassed the family before there was even a family to embarrass. Y'all set forth all of the precedents of embarrassment. Y'all laid the foundation for embarrassment. To then take that weight and to take that conviction and to place it on King like you are embarrassing. Girl, what you think 10 years worth of mugshots and parole violations and pillaging drugs into the community was, girl? Do you think you're making the family that was to be proud? What you think about the fact that there's a multitude of men and women, multitude of them, out here claiming how they were taken advantage and drugged up and inebriated and unconscious underneath the guest bathroom sink, primed up and ready to be assaulted. What you think you were teaching King when you decided to try to chin check a nigga that, relatively speaking, he could consider an elder, aka Charleston White? Because you might not have liked Charleston's execution, but it was an opportunity to stand in solidarity with another adult who was publicly chastising your out of whack ass privileged child and saying to him what we all know you and Tiny should have been saying to him. But if you ain't willing to stand on grown-up code, why the hell should King respect any other adult in the room, including the adult in you? What you should have did was check Charleston White privately. Because once you stepped into the public arena and you made it about Charleston, you diluted the whole motherfucking message of it all. You diluted the whole spiritual shock of the raw chastisement. That could have been experienced by King as a result of somebody putting a foot on his goddamn neck, metaphorically speaking. Oh, but I get it. Y'all want to be the only ones to disrespect your children. Y'all want to be the only ones. But at the same time, when they ass go missing and when they ass need to be found, then it becomes a community effort. Then you want the Amber fucking alerts to go up. When they go out there into the world and they run in the streets and run in the world with other people's children, you expect those children to understand that they have a certain level of responsibility. That community has a certain level of responsibility. I love how y'all cherry pick what part of community y'all want and what part of community y'all don't fucking want. And then wonder why these kids don't know they left from their fucking right. They won from they goddamn two. Miss Taylor, as far as I'm concerned, King is their fucking equal because T.I and Tiny ain't no older in age and consciousness than King ass is. So as far as I'm concerned, he is their equal. And that's their fault that he is their equal because they the ones who need to grow the fuck up. Instead of all these goddamn threesomes and foursomes and all these goddamn freakniks at the left wing of the mansion, you should have been down there nurturing and cultivating your fucking special needs as children who are different, who are unique. Rather than going off and taking every opportunity to make unnecessary amounts of money, that could have been time to be a present as parent instead of leaving him with the fucking grandmother that had a titty in his mouth until he was 12 years old. If he sees them as his equal, it's because of their doing. It's because of their doing. People want to be able to have these fucking kids. They want to be able to bring this spark of God into the fucking world, but don't want to actually take the qualifiable ass time to do all of the nurturing of that spark. They want to hand that spark to a nanny and hand that spark over to the school system and hand that spark over to the television screen and hand that spark over to the Game Boy and hand that spark over to the PS5 and hand that spark over to grandma and grandpa them and hand that spark over to everywhere else. And then when little Johnny becomes a little ass bastard And that little ass bastard becomes a 2-time convicted ass felon who can't find his fucking way in the world. Children do not need to come into the world, into the arms of parents who do not have the time and who do not have the qualifications. I am not a stickler for randomly producing fucking children. I do not believe that children need to be the byproduct of sex. I don't believe that any and everybody should just be fucking mass producing simply because they have a reproductive system to utilize. I ain't for none of that flippant ass shit. I think that raising kids is truly a whole entire motherfucking art form. I believe that you need to be a certain type of a person at a certain type of a motherfucking level, both co-creators, before they even conceive. And I believe that conceiving needs to be truly intentional, and it needs to be done at a time where true adulthood and spiritualhood has been reached. Because children do not ask to be a part of none of this shit. We decide that they come into these spaces. We decide that they come into these circumstances. We decide that they get to meet us on whatever level we're at the point in time in which they come into the motherfucking world. And I think that more parents need to be honest about how miserable it is to be a goddamn parent, how hard it is to be a motherfucking parent, how you may not regret your child, but if you could have done this at a different point in your fucking life, you would have, so that all the other people who have not produced yet have an opportunity to understand how high the stakes are. Motherfuckers around here giving birth to gay kids they ain't ready to accept, trans children they ain't ready to accept, autistic and handicapped special needs children they ain't got the patience for, indigo and rainbow ass children they don't have the spiritual knowledge to even nurture and provide the proper community and wisdoms and love to. These are all things that need to be in your repertoire and your fucking index of knowledge and giftedness as a parent before you decide to embark upon the fucking unknown, rather than thinking that your child is going to come out like some type of a carbon copy or some type of a cutout Amazon Prime order. Motherfuckers be treating their dicks and treating their pussies like it's a Amazon shopping cart. And that's why the humility needs to be there as a parent, because you don't know who the fuck you getting when that person exits the womb. You don't know who they gonna be more like, they daddy, your ass, or they damn grandmammy. You don't know if what the hell they about to present is something that you ain't never even really seen and never even been in a relationship to in life. Which is why you need to be a very cultured ass person before you become a goddamn parent. Because it's not going to be you who going to do the choosing of the personality type, the learning style, and the uniqueness of that soul's beingness. You got a bunch of unready ass people having children, or a bunch of people having children at the most superficial level, at the most superficial of thought. And then wonder why shit going ballistic. How I keep giving birth to all these damn firecrackers? How I keep giving birth to all this ratchet shit? That's all your unconscious shit. That's all your error. That's all your ignorance. That's all your flippantness. That's all your fucking emotional and mental laziness. Had you decided to know what the fuck you were doing before you did it, you could have guided this waterfall with a lot more fluidity and grace than not. And of course, T.I and Tiny don't care, because most parents don't. Most parents don't think you could tell them a goddamn thing. You the one who young. You the one who dumb. Your feelings don't matter. We all know what it's like to be raised in a black family. You don't get to have no goddamn feelings, and you don't get to have no creative right. You don't get to have no input. You don't get to have no anything. Your feelings, what the fuck is that? You better go clean that fucking room, bitch. You better go make me and build me a goddamn couch. That's why I call it narcissistic parenting. Every time young people go to formulate their critiques and their criticisms and make their observations about daddy and mommy narcissistically replace those observations with their own justifications. What do you have to complain about? I'm the one who got to work. All you got to do is take your ratchet ass to school. You got it easy. What you complaining about? You got it way better than we had it when we was growing up. And because these young people can't talk and they don't have any righteous room to productively express their criticisms and their concerns and their experiences of their providers, then they internalize that. And then when you can't get them to talk to your ass about nothing that's meaningful, that's why. Because if they can't even talk to you about you, they ain't talking to your ass about nothing. We gotta start with you, boo, before I tell you the truth about whether I'm still a virgin or not. We gotta start with you, boo, before I get to telling you about whether I already done smoked my first blunt or not. Whether I was at the scene of the crime or not. See, the space that opens up safety for young people is first and foremost the safety to express how I feel about you to you. Once you shut me down from being able to do that, we can't do nothing. I know I can't trust you, and you've already communicated a level of arrogance that lets me know that you don't even see straight, because you're under the false impression that you can't be criticized and that you can't be properly chin checked and held accountable. So why would I even trust your perception or your so-called advice or your so-called wisdom as my father or as my mother? Your arrogance has already let me know everything I need to know about your ignorance. And you running around scratching your head worried about or confused about why I don't take you seriously. You allow the relationship to be disproportionate because as my parent or parents, it's always okay, right, for you to put me on the cross and to emphasize all of my flaws and to emphasize all of my wrongdoing. But you don't bear that fucking cross yourself, and then you wonder why the respect is warped. Why the respect from me to y'all is disproportionate, it's selective. Once again, it's the mirroring effect. And if you don't like a mirror, don't have no fucking children. Because your kids gonna give you a run for your fucking money when it comes to your unconscious and conscious shit. And you gonna spend your whole life fighting with their ass about who they are when they really in conflict with you about who the fuck you is. And you don't even know no better. You don't even know better enough to take the inventory of self. So as far as I'm concerned, King had a fight with his peer. And as far as I'm concerned, everything about that whole exchange told me everything I needed to know. Even T.I talking about King is the one embarrassing the family. It's the unmitigated gall for me. It's the sheer what the fuck for me. It's the sheer polarizing unconsciousness of it all from me. Girl, how dare you? How dare thee? I'm the one embarrassing the family, bitch. You better power through 10 decades of an orange jumpsuit before you even allow me embarrassing the family to even come out of your mouth. Bitch, you better take a look at the last 3 years of motherfucking piled on allegations against you and mama. Because while I was home with that silver spoon in my mouth, y'all were headlining about getting caught in Ferraris with ecstasy in the armrest of the luxury vehicle, bitch. Embarrassing. Embarrassing is being a married man with big booty ass hoes in your music video perpetuating infidelity, hypersexuality, and promiscuity. It's the audacity to want to hoverboard and micromanage your stepdaughter's hymen while at the same time you endorse bussing women's cherries and exploiting them and hypersexualizing them all in the same breath and wonder why the kids are motherfucking confused and bipolar as hell and don't know they left from their motherfucking right. How dare thee? How dare you? Any embarrassment that I'm doing of the family, bitch, is a byproduct of the truly too embarrassing motherfucking people you two motherfuckers have become and are. Because, baby, the apple never falls far from the goddamn tree. So if you got a problem with the apple, you better take a look at the tree. That's what you better do. I hope that T.I, Tiny, King, and the rest of his siblings, I hope that they really, at some point, take a look at this tension and in the name of all things love and light, understand that it's going to take some deep-seated therapy individually and family therapy to really straighten all of this shit out. The problem is already too ahead of all of them. They would need help in straightening this thing out, putting an iron to wrinkle out these things and their vibrations. It's embarrassing that King has a father that doesn't know how to be a daddy, both when the cameras are rolling, nor when they're not rolling. Because had this been Viacom cutting T.I a fucking check for the family hustle, he would have played his motherfucking position in that altercation. He would have never read the room in a way that would have led to him dishonoring his son by putting his hands on his child before the community in what was a verbal exchange. Had them white people had been motherfucking looking, he would have acted like a father. But because he around a bunch of niggas and the politics are very different, it was okay to be a nigga in this moment. I don't blame King for a motherfucking thing, because it is the job of Tiny and it is the job of T.I to de-escalate. They are the examples. And the reason why he dysfunctional as hell now is because they dysfunctional as hell. They lack the couth. They lack the decorum. They don't know no more what the fuck to do in the moment than he fucking does. To y'all, Tiny all up in the camera. I heard the reason, bitch. What you should have been doing is facilitating the de-escalation between your son and your husband. Had you had any goddamn more marbles loose, bitch, but instead you wanted to turn those marbles into fucking eyeballs. Who really gives a fuck if he was showboating, fugazi, or fucking not? That wasn't even anything that required an escalation to begin with. If he want to believe he's a heathen, he might as well. He came from the fucking nutsack and the loin of a damn heathen. He's only been encouraged and cultivated to be a heathen by his daddy's music, by his daddy's actions. Kids are not a byproduct of your intention. They are a byproduct of your vibration. Your words only become power when they are a reflection of what you actually in fact are. Until then, you have no authority. Until then, your words are yabba dabba motherfucking do. And if T.I get to play the role of a gangster, why the fuck can't King? If T.I gets to play thug, why the fuck can't King? Because T.I still being a rubber band man now that he's a so-called businessman. If he can play pretend, if he can do cosplay, why the fuck can't King do cosplay? It's the hypocrisy for me. And King don't even realize through his own unconscious disgruntledness and behavior that that in and of itself is exposing his goddamn parents and their hypocrisy. He used the right word in his Instagram story. Why you acting like you fuck with me? It's the acting part. It's the acting part. Bitch, if you get to act, so do I. If you get to act like you ain't got no children, I get to act like I ain't got no parents. If you get to act like a heathen and a nigga, I get to act like a heathen and a nigga too. And if you don't like the smell of your own shit, then you need to shit better. See, parents don't like the smell of their own shit personified through their children, who just giving them a whiff of their own shit. Oh, they don't like this kind of teaching. Good thing I don't get paid to teach what you like. Oh, they don't be liking this kind of teaching. If King acting a fucking fool toward his parents need to sit the fuck down and decide how not to be a joke. Figure out how not to be a joke. Figure out how to command something else through the energy in which you stand and in the energy in which you be. Anybody want to come up? I've been here for an hour and a half. I think I feel complete. And I hope that King finds his actual calling in life. He knows he's meant to be different from the norm. I just feel bad for him because he doesn't have anybody there to guide him into his true identity and purpose. All right, let me drop the link. Anybody want to come up and got a little 1-2? Hit a little 1-2. And if I'm working, honey, and you're living for it, y'all already know. Show the King some motherfucking love on Miss PayPal and Miss Cash App. I just dropped the link for y'all. Moderators, if y'all can rotate the link. Thank you, baby. Thank you, sugar mamas and sugar daddies. Okay, thumbs up the video, child. I just wish I was able to create like a compound and a community and just bring all these like different folk, because I know what they're struggling with. As somebody who is different and have been different from birth, who has had such a explicit uniqueness about self, I know what it's like to be in an unconscious ass community. I know how difficult it is to navigate your individuality and have all of the wrong examples and messaging coupled with whatever trauma is there, coupled with all the other shit that everyday people have to deal with. It's just compounding the bullshit of it all. Had King been raised unto different people, unto a different community, he could have been on his path already. Let me bring IG, Miss Williams, and Shauna to the stage. What's going on, IG?
What's that? And you can hear me better now, right?
Yes, loud, live, and in color. No echo, honey. You're
Babe,
coming through. Colorful.
yes, babe. I had to clean up. You know, I have a busy bitch life. So, you know, one day, babe,
Yeah.
I could be washing dishes. I could have a suit on at the hotel giving directions. So, you know, bitch, microphone had a little something in there. But what's happening, everybody?
Hey. I think
Everybody
everybody getting together on these microphones, Shy.
Okay.
So what you think about this situation with King and T.I? Like, what did you take away from that?
Well, you know, I just got the tea from you. You know what I'm saying? I saw it on the hotlines like yourself, like you said, you know. So, I mean, when I see situations like that, I do agree with you. It's like when you put yourself, because there was a way, I was fortunate to have the exceptional older father who didn't put himself in a child's place, but at the same time, I had a respect for him because I respected his character, not because I was afraid of him. I respected him because just like you would a person that you meet and you can see the character and the good of the spirit, outside him being my biological father, if I met a person or an entity through his example, I have a respect for him. And I followed what he showed me and didn't show me, because my daddy did not have a sex life in front of me. He was having a sex life, but I was nowhere to be found when he was having a sex life, because he instilled that in me. I don't want you to be able to say that, because you're not going to kill me with guilt, as he would say, my pa would say, you're not going to kill me with guilt. You're not going to be able to say you saw me do this and this is why you do this. So when you go out there and you do this and you smoke, you drink, you have sex, you do however you like to have sex, that's because you came across and had that experience. You're not going to be able to put that on me and those type of characteristics and how you believe and how you treat people. You ain't going to be able to, when you make that fucked up decision, I can rest assured in my heart, and this is my daddy telling me this. Well, no. Because you watch what I did. I didn't do those things. So now if you step outside those doors and you do those things, that's something different. But I totally 100% agree with you. Y'all would not know the IG that you know if I did not have the exceptional of being raised in New Orleans. First of all, not just my pa, growing up in a city like New Orleans, I had to have this conversation. I'm about to, let go. I had to realize living in San Antonio, it's funny how things come full circle. Katrina brought me here. When Katrina hit, I was 19. It was 2 weeks before I turned 20. Had I just lived in New Orleans, my view of who y'all meet now, this intellectualism and knowing things, I had to come to San Antonio to get a dose of reality to balance out. The exceptional environment you grew up, baby, is the exception. So that would have only put me half complete. So yes, the part of the IG is because I was anchored in those rich environments and I had a father that respected me so much that he chose not to do certain things that he did. So I 100% with your commentary, baby. And one more thing, I'm a heathen too, just to be funny. But this is definition informal. I'm a heathen too, but these niggas are the informal definition, which also means to be uncultured, ill-behaved, something to those lines. So them niggas is heathens, but I'm the other kind of heathen, the non theistic heathen. All right.
A righteous heathen. Okay. I love it. I love it. I love it. Ms. Williams, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on T.I and King's tussle?
Hey, Conscious. Hey, everybody on the panel. I think it's unfortunate. I can see how it happened, being maybe how his experience was growing up, but I still can't grasp it because Bertha May would have knocked my teeth down my throat, but she was a different mother than say Tiny was. She was out working at the YMCA cleaning niggas' rooms, to try to make something happen for her family. But it's just like, where the gratitude that they not teach him anything? the gratitude for the type of life that you were afforded to live. You're going to have good and bad. And I struggle with this and I sound pain because I am. Because I'm an old mother, first time mother. My kid is 3 and 2 weeks.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. I'm 44, old.
You're not old.
You know, I'm so not up for this mama shit. But, you know, I love my baby.
Yes.
But I feel some pain every day. Cause like my husband is so it seems like he's so much more tapped in than I am. Cause if we drive and I'm like, motherfucker, you stupid motherfucker. Why the hell you come? He be like, Erica, the baby. And I'm like, oh shit. You know, my head like, oh shit. I totally forget about her. Not that I forget she there, but I have to be more conscious of her in every decision that I make. And that's kind of hard to undo 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
41 years of just rolling with you. And there's a reason why I ain't never had no baby. I'll just put it like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I
Mm-hmm.
got caught up in the matrix of the pandemic. That's all I'm going to say.
But you know, I think that that's honest, and there is a reality of that, and that's what the criticism for both T.I and Tiny is. Like, they're both modeling the dynamics back to their children about feminine and masculine, male and female, etc. And to your point, like, you realize, oh my God, a part of the difficulty of being a parent is I have to be conscientious about everything. Like, I gotta straighten all the way up. Like, I gotta, like, the whole outfit gotta be complete. And that's something
Mhm.
that I feel like T.I and Tiny failed at. Like, T.I literally thought he was going to be able to be compartmentalized, and he was going to be able
Mhm.
to be this sensei and this old elder of wisdom at home, and then was going to be able to go out into every other part of life and act a plum niggerment fool.
I
And
can see that.
and then speaking of like the, you know, like, where's the gratitude thing? It's like, yeah, where is the gratitude when y'all have worked as hard as y'all have to provide the life that we have, but it's being compromised by the salaciousness of y'all sexual lifestyle?
Mm. Mm.
Or where was that gratitude when T.I decided to pistol whip Sabrina Peterson, who was in an altercation with another female at one of his kids' birthday parties?
Oh, wow.
Or where was the gratitude, you know, when it came to 10 years worth of orange jumpsuits and time away from those children? Like, where is the gratitude when you're in music and on videos perpetuating the AK-47 ass lifestyle and saying basically that there is a glamour, there is an allure, there is a street cred, there is a road, there is a rite of passage that black men have to walk through, and it's the rite of passage of hood politics, of sexism, of patriarchy. I just don't understand how the hell T.I could think that there was going to be any gratitude when the messaging was so mixed up.
Yeah.
You know, so because what really is a silver spoon if you don't feel your parents are really present in the lifestyle that they've provided for you? Like, when you got the lifestyle but you don't feel like you have them, it's like sitting in an empty ass marriage. Like, I see his body, he comes home, but there essentially is a stranger in my motherfucking house. And I think that we forget that children can feel that way too. And I think we forget that because we put more emphasis on being a provider than we do on being present
True.
in their lives emotionally. Like, for me, I was an empathic child. I consider myself to be special needs because I needed a certain level of affirmation, maybe that my brother didn't need. I needed a certain level. I had a larger capacity to feel. I needed more understanding and more attention in certain areas just because of the way that I had been built. And of course, my parents didn't know that. I didn't fucking know that. But nonetheless, that still created this feeling of having like emotionally unavailable parents. And that feeling led to the development of abandonment issues. Now, if you let my parents tell it, they were in the house 7 days a week. They worked hard and they did. And they provided me and my brother with it all. We always had clean clothes, good clothes to go to school in. We were always stylish, well-groomed, well-mannered, honor roll students, the whole up and on, da 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 da. If you let them tell it from their perspective, because their emphasis was on provide. We got to keep these kids alive, and we got to keep them materially well.
Yeah.
But there was a big emotional and a big spiritual component that was absent from the parenting thing, and it played itself out in the type of niggas that I chose to date, because I was still and a lot of the men. I was a 17-year-old boy who lost my virginity to a 34-year-old ass man.
Wow.
I was looking for a void. I was trying to fill a void. I was looking for something that was missing. And everybody was unconscious about it, including me, including them, etc. So I can understand like why that doesn't matter. How big the house is doesn't matter. How expensive and luxurious the lifestyle is doesn't matter. Like if you don't feel that you have your parents' heart, it honestly doesn't matter how good you're living. You aren't really going to be able to experience that good, because at the end of the day, what kids really want is they want their parents. They want them in a way that's substantive. They don't want just a shell. They don't want just a body. They don't want just a provider. They need to be seen. They need to be heard. They need to be realized. They need that for their own emotional development, and what they get in that relationship is going to determine the way they behave and what they look for in their interpersonal relationships outside of those parental relationships, which is why anybody who ever found themselves at the seat of a therapist, they always take you back to the beginning. Tell me about your parents, because those relationships shape the way that we act in every other relationship in our life. It's so significant. And I'm glad that you spoke about the significance of being a parent, because it is hard and it is a really, really, really big task. It is. And I just think that it's important for people to really say that more and more and more and more, that this is a very, very serious role to play. This is a very serious responsibility. This is a very real thing. And to be in charge of cultivating someone else's mind and consciousness, either it's going to turn them into a hero or turn them into a terrorist. That there is immense power in being a parent. And it does mean that you have to show up fully. Something that we don't have to do as friends, something we can even escape doing even as lovers, something we don't really have to do per se as siblings, or, even as employees. You can kind of half-ass everything else and somewhat get away with it, but it's unmerciful when it comes to that parent to child thing. All of the rights and wrongs are going to show up. And you get a full receipt. You get a full receipt out of the development of these young people. But thank you for that, Miss Williams. Shauna, welcome to the platform, boo. Your thoughts on this wig tussle between T.I and King?
What I find really interesting is that a lot of people are blaming King for the way he behaves and the fact that he's 19 years old. They think he's supposed to have the psychological fortitude to be able to withstand the humiliation from his parents, not only privately, but publicly. And that just blows my mind. And it also, when you're speaking, made me think of I'm reading this book about self-compassion, how there was a study in the 1950s, and of this man, the scientist, this doctor, he isolated baby monkeys from their mothers, like um, they were still breastfeeding or whatever, feeding off their mothers. So he isolated these babies from their mothers and put them in an environment with food and a fuzzy, warm, like teddy bear. And like, I don't know what the percentage is, but 90% of the time, those babies cuddled that teddy bear, and only momentarily went and actually got food. And then they ran back to that teddy bear, which goes to show you as kind of uh, soulless, heartless to do that to an animal. But it shows you right there, children will prefer the love and comfort of their parents or family. That's inherent, way more than all these exterior comforts, because that is as their parents are who shows you what the world is. And if they're showing you the world that says you ain't shit, then you're going to start to act like you ain't shit. And that's exactly what he's doing. They never validated him as someone who was important enough to protect. They're not protecting their son. And the fact that people think that he should supersede the treatment in his 19 years, that's asking a lot. Now, if he was 40 and still acting like this, okay, there's a point where you have to say, my childhood was A, B, and C, and it sucked, and it, it set me up for failure. But now that I understand what the world really is, now it's time for me to change it, for me to live into it and live in it that is going to satisfy me and me only.
Yeah, because he's only 18.
He's 19. He's 19 now. Yeah, I mean, same difference. I just like this. I think it's gross. People are talking. He's an adult. No, he isn't. Did you know humans are take the longest to mature as compared to other species? So there's a reason for that. What that reason is, I don't know. But
the 25 when the brain fully develops.
Right. Yeah, we're not fully developed yet. You expect this young man to be more mature than his parents? In what world do y'all live in?
And where was he going to learn all of this maturity from?
Exactly. Exactly. Not only is he getting a horrible example of a male's position in life from his father, but his father is also perpetuating the culture. The culture he's around is saying this is how men act. It's not just his father; he's being validated by his culture. And so when he tries to act like his culture, like, oh well, you got money, you can't act like you from the streets. But his dad, you nailed it on the head. His dad is cosplaying being a nigga in the hood. And maybe he was back in the day, but you can continually act like that person when he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. I totally got it. Thank you for that, Shauna.
Sure.
DC, welcome to the platform. What do you think about this two-pay tussle between King and T.I?
Thanks, CTV. Good evening, panel. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, boo.
Okay. First I want to say to you, CTV, every panel, every show, you kill it every time.
Thank you.
And I'd be like, I'm so much older than you, but I feel like I'm learning from you. I'm like, it should be the other way around. Because every time it's something new. But what I came on the panel to say is that I used to be kind of mad at a King, his antics. But then it took me a minute to realize that he's lacking so much. And it's like the expectation for him, like you all said, he's expected to have so much, but he was given so little. And it's getting to the point now. First I was thinking like, okay, he took the fame and the fortune, and then he's trying to act unappreciative and try to go in another direction. But then I had to look back. All this stuff stemmed from bad parenting. You know, he wanted the love. He appreciated the fame and fortune, but his grandmother gave him the love and support he needed, and that's why he was torn between both worlds. But what I found interesting during the altercation was that he kept saying, "Why you all didn't really protect me from them?" Like it leads me to believe that okay, you all give it to me every time behind the scenes, and now I'm getting played in public. So it's like, where can I win? You know, how can I win? It's kind of like I'm a type of person where he's 19, so he still has some years. They have to even figure it out or even separate. But this can't keep going on for the rest of their lives. Something has to. They have to get on somebody's couch and have a conversation, or just separate. Because it seems like normally you can count on at least the mom to protect her son, even when the dad is showing his ass. At least the mom is there to give you some type of comfort. It's like they both ganging up on him, and then they doing it in public. So it's no wonder he's loyal. I used to be mad at him, like, okay, he's doing this stuff for attention, and he want to play the gangster role, and he's like a millionaire behind the, behind the gates. But then, from what I seen with the altercation, he's been struggling since he was a kid. He really do need some help, or just separate from his parents. There's nothing wrong with separating because you can love your parents and just not have respect for them.
Absolutely. Yep.
So
Fact.
I just want them to get it right. Like I said, I don't hear about the other kids. I don't know if because they're doing a lot better. It just always seems like King.
They all got their issues. With T.I and Tiny, they all got their issues and have expressed their issues.
Yeah, so for me at this point, especially if I'm no longer counting on them to get me to that next stage, it's time to say goodbye. But do it lovingly, do it respectfully, and because sometimes you can just love your parents and just not like them, but some people, they find it hard to like, how can you say something like that? Them your parents. But if they drag you down and you're getting worse instead of getting better, sometimes you gotta separate, but just do it with respect.
But tell me how y'all feel about this, because maybe I'm a little bit on the progressive side as well. When listening to the verbal altercation, I didn't per se feel like it was really that bad. Like I know as Black people, we're very conservative when it comes to so-called like young people, and there's a certain expectation about tone and volume. But for me personally, I am somebody who's a stickler for like expression. I like when people fully express themselves because I feel like it helps me to understand the gravity of what's being said. Is when you can get lit and you can get animated and you can really get into your, like, you can get into your heart and your head. Like I'm not intimidated by the heart and the head combination. But I know, like in the Black community, we're really big on like, okay, like give it to me from the head. Don't put no heart into that shit, because if you sound a little raised, if your voice sound a little raised, and you're doing too. I don't get blinded by none of that. So when I was listening to it, I didn't feel like King was per se being disrespectful. I mean, he was very present, and he was very lively. He was very charismatic, in talking. But both his parents are entertainers, for God's sake, and they're both lively, animated people too. So I just really felt like it was energy on energy. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. I didn't feel like the verbal was that bad.
Yeah, so CTV, what I think happened is that from what I could see and hear is that King was getting dissed about like you trying to play this street soldier, this gangster from the hood, and this and that. So they were ragging him about that. And then so King was going back and forth with that crowd. And then when the parents chimed in, they were chimed in with the other people, validating what they were saying. He was like, why you all didn't have my back? Like, it's like you all never have my back. Because it does seem like it's King by himself trying to fight the world. So but I agree with you, CTV. I didn't see any disrespect. I think the disrespect came when the parents. First of all, Tiny should have shut her damn mouth up. That's your damn son. You should have shut down some her mom let him suck the pacifier till he was 12 years old. How does that help the situation? As a mom, you should have been trying to like mitigate this, trying to calm this down. And I would have started with T.I, since he's supposed to be the older, not necessarily mature one, but that's the one
I
you got
mean,
to
well,
put
in the ideal world, he is supposed to be the mature one too.
right, right. So she should have started with him as her husband, but it seems like it's always him against everybody else. So I can no longer be mad at. It's a reason why he's going through what he's going through, and some things we'll probably never know. But I didn't see the situation be that outlandish either. He was just trying to make a point, and even though people don't believe him, that he's got all this street cred, and I don't see why that makes a difference. Even if he is playing gangster, how does that affect you all? This is something that need to be handled. Some situation that goes. It started a long time ago, so it's gonna take a deep dive. But I didn't see where he was all that disrespectful. I just seemed like he felt like lack of protection. Like he's already out there. People be joking on him, calling him this, calling him saying this, saying that. And then your parents get in and clown you in public just like the rest of them. I'm like, wait a minute, and enough is enough. As if you all haven't ruined me enough, and then you kind of clown me along with everybody else. But as far as him disrespecting his parents, I don't. But the part about the fight, I don't know how T.I ended up getting his hands around his neck.
So
I don't know.
according to Crystal, so apparently, at some point, Tiny had tried to grab his phone, and I think he like had pushed her off, or he pushed her hand or something, and I think that's what then led to the other string of events. T.I stepping up, etc., and all of that. And I'm just like, all of that could have been so avoided. But you know what's funny about what you're saying, DC, is I remember watching an episode of the Black China show on Zeus, unfortunately. And the counseling session between her and her mama was very interesting to me, because Black China had this narrative in her mind that she had been raised by her grandma. She been raised by her grandma. This is something that her mother, what's Black China mama name? Tony, or what's
Tokyo Tony. Tokyo Tony.
Yes, thank you for that. Tokyo Tony was clearly in total disagreement. Like, this girl is delusional. She was not raised by her damn grandma. She always lived with me. Da 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 da. But in Black China's mind, she lived with her grandma. She had a room at her grandma's house. Her grandma raised her for a big chunk of her life, etc. And Tokyo could not get past this. And the therapist, at some point, told Tokyo, you can, even if that's not historically accurate, like, it makes more sense to really just focus on the meat rather than potatoes, because sometimes trying to be right will make you wrong in the situation. If she was, if in her mind and in her experience, she was raised by her grandmother, perfectly fine. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China as it relates to what she's expressing to you about you and her relationship. Whether she lived with her grandma or not, the issues between you and her still stand. And that needs to be ultimately the focus. And you're going to have to pick your battles when it comes to healing these things up in relationship. And so they're going to be counterproductive in trying to combat King over whether he was raised in the streets, raised outside the gates, raised in the gates, raised. It's irrelevant. What's really the heart of the issue here? What has been your experience of us, son? And all King really wants is his parents to ask him the right question: is tell us how we let you down. Tell me how I let you down.
Right.
I'm open. I'm willing. I'm here. Tell me what I've done. I am
Right.
I am here to atone. I am here to apologize. I am here to make it right. I am here to take accountability. Tell me where I let you down at.
Right. That's all it takes, CTV. That's all it takes. And the reason why, and it's funny because they're from the DC, they're from DC as well. But the interesting thing about it is it's not that Black China was trying to say her mom wasn't there. It's just that her fondest memories was with her grandmother. It wasn't with Tokyo Tony, and she knows she was about the street life, and that's okay. But accept that, and let's go. How do we start from here to make things better? Let's start from this point. Like you say, whether she was raised with a grandmother outside the tree, whatever, that doesn't even matter. Her fondest memories, that's what she's recalling. But I'm sorry, I digress. Let's let the next panelist go. It's a pleasure. It's my first time being on a panel. I love you all. Appreciate you all. Thanks so much.
I
You all
love
give me
you
so
too,
much.
boo, and thank you for all of your support.
Love you too,
Awesome.
darling.
I know y'all. You know I got you, CTV. You know.
Of course, honey, you always got me. Thank you,
And
baby.
and also you all, if I don't get a chance to give it to you all, happy holidays. But we got more coming up.
Yes,
So
we do. Happy holidays to you too, boo.
I'm healing from a total knee replacement, so I need to get my butt back in bed. But I got excited to be on the panel. Now I'm about
Yes,
to
I'm happy
chill.
that you came up.
Yeah, I got it on Monday. So but I'm surprised how well I'm doing in such like 6-7 days, but it's still kicking my ass. So
Okay, yes.
but
Well,
yeah,
we're gonna be sending you light and love and keeping you lifted in prayer. You're gonna be
thank
all
you. I
right.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. Take care of you all.
Okay, babe. So that was our DCU all. Rumors and tea. What is the tea, child? What you think about this cornrow wig pulling tussle that T.I and King got into?
Well, the pendulum swings both ways. Hey everybody.
Yeah.
What's
um,
happening, baby? What's happening?
what's up,
I
IG?
you my resident favorite female crush on the panel. You my
Hey,
female crush
boo.
on the panel. So what's happening? What's happening?
I love you too, IG. Oh man, this is so triggering. When I seen the video, it's like 2 days ago, 3 days ago tops. Um, I was back home in Jersey, and I showed the video to my sister, and me and my sister had a heated. I mean, it was like borderline. Like I thought we was about to like really like start fighting. She and I haven't had that type of debate or conversation in so many years. Like, and I was really shocked because man, like I was coming from a place of experience. I was like my childhood was similar. Take away the riches, but my family was financially like, what I mean, they were financially stable. And but I was that child. My grandmother raised me up until like I was 7 years old. Like I lived with her, for years. And my mom was there. My dad was like 3 blocks away. This is my mom's mother. Like we were in a family home. So you had a 3-story home and every floor was family, nothing but family. My mom lived next door in another family home. She was there every day. But for the first, I can say maybe 5 to 6 years, I called my mother by her first name. I knew my brothers were my siblings. I was clear on that. They called my mother mom, but I called her by her first name. Both of my parents, they were called by their first names. And my grandmother was mama. And I didn't realize as a child, until the older I got, I started realizing the animosity. But I had animosity long before I probably could wipe my own behind. Like, because it was like my grandmother was the one that was doing everything. My mom took care of me financially. I'm not gonna say she never bathed me or anything like that, but I can't recall any of those. Like if they happen, I don't recall. I guess I'm like Black China. I don't recall it. And eventually, by the time I was 12, because like I said, I lived with my grandmother, but there were moments that I went next door home to my mom's, even when she moved, from near the family, I would go home with her. But it was more like when my grandmother, I went over because my grandmother was very she was a very conscious person. Like that emotional intelligence, I didn't know what it was called then, but it was like she exuded emotional intelligence. Like she made sure to watch what she said around us children when it came to the adults and things of that nature. But I would overhear stuff like her getting on my mom, like, you need to spend more time with your daughter. That's your child too. You taking the other kids' place to take her too. I didn't know, like, I didn't miss a beat or anything though, because for the longest I was the only child in my grandmother's home. And so I felt like life was better. I didn't have to share anything. You know what I mean? I didn't feel like I was missing anything, but I was missing like that emotional connection. And it's so weird because I had more animosity towards my mom than my dad, because my mom was still an everyday present figure in my life. Whereas my dad, like, even though he was like 3 blocks away, I only saw him in church and things of that nature. He would ride by, blow the horn, keep going. So it was easier to have more animosity towards my mom because you're there and yet you're not there. And I was scared. My mama was working. My mama was in school to be a registered nurse. She actually was a registered nurse at one point, but she also went to school to become a paralegal. She was young when she had 3 children. She was married right out of high school, 17 years old, going on 18. Child after child after child. My mom had me by the time she was 22. So it was like no light. And I kind of understood that even as a child without even understanding it, but I still had animosity. And it took, actually, I'm going to be honest, it took for me to become a parent to really, really get it. That's why I said the pendulum swing both ways for me, because although I'm not going to, and I do believe, and I can get there, my emotions, sometimes I can turn into a little hood, right? But I also have to be honest, because everything, like, I do believe that at some point, even though he's young, so he needs to, I would rather him go through this now and later on in life have this resolved, and hopefully they can help and they all can find a resolve, but I would rather him go through these experiences now like I had to, versus getting older and still have that, those emotional wounds where he can't, function without, practicing and using emotional intelligence. Because I saw the video before it even I saw the initial video I saw started when he was out there on the field. This is before he was even in the skybox with his parents, and he was acting a plum fool. I'm gonna be honest, he was acting a plum fool. But he was doing exactly what teenagers do. Especially today's teenagers. You don't find too many teenagers. I don't care what side of the tracks they come from. You don't find too many teenagers that conduct themselves in a mature manner when they're outside of their 4 walls.
Yeah,
that's not what they do. We've all been teenagers, so let's be honest. So yeah, he was acting a plum fool, but at the same time, I feel like the biggest mistakes parents make is when we have to try to protect our characteristics as far as parenthood is concerned. Like, we cannot acknowledge, and I'm saying we because I'm on that journey too with my oldest son. Like, I try to make sure that I don't take offense to what he tells me his experiences are with me. I can, I've learned to not try, I always reflect on my own childhood, but then also acknowledging the fact that even though I've had my experiences, he's an individual, so his experiences may be slightly different. But the one thing I can find commonality in is that I too, at his age, at one point felt some kind of way towards my parents. And I knew for a fact that what I was feeling was real. It was authentic. So I acknowledge that what he feels, I don't deny his experiences. Even if I feel personally, I'm not gonna say I know, but if I feel personally that what he think he's experienced is not the case, I still can't not. That's how his interpretation is. I can't debate what this kid tells me how he feels, because I know that what he's telling me that he finds fault, whatever area of my parenting he finds fault in, even if I feel like I'm right, I cannot say that his experience is wrong. And a lot of parents do that. They just, like, instead of feeling attacked, like you're doing a horrible job or a bad job, remember, you're a human being. You are flawed. No one gets it right. And reflect on your childhood and remember how when you felt like your parents was wrong about something, and they felt like regardless even if your experience was validated, they still felt like it didn't matter. It wasn't validated to them, because at the end of the day, they was taking care of you. So your feelings wasn't important on some level. And if we know how that made us feel, because every child has gone through that, if you know how that made you feel, then acknowledge how it makes your child feel.
Yeah.
Now, I can say that I've had the experience from both sides. I experienced it as a child, and then what I call a generational curse. I turned around and did the same thing with my youngest son. My mom and I, she lived in the same house. I actually moved out of my apartment to move back home with my mother when I was pregnant with my second son, because my mom always wanted to, like, every grandchild she had prior to my son, my youngest son, every grandchild she had, it was like, because at the time it was just my brothers that had children. The children's mother, their kids were with their side of the family more than they were with our side, because their mothers were closer to their mothers, type of thing. And so I wanted my mom to have that. And the biggest mistake I made, but I caught it. And I really think my Black Holy Ghost that I found it. Be like, I caught myself. By the time my youngest son was 6 years old, because he would listen to my mother over me. He would run to, if he had a little booper hurt himself, he would run to my mother. And one day a light bulb went off, like I was doing, and it hurt my feelings. I was like, he won't come to me. And I said, oh my God, I was doing the same thing when I was his age. And I corrected really quick. I had a conversation with my mom, and I'm like, I'm not trying to, I don't want you to feel like, I don't want you to be a part of his life, this and the third, but I'm his mother. And somewhere the lines of communication were crossed. There's a misunderstanding, because apparently my child runs to you before he runs to me. So I have to clear it up, and I'm asking you, because I want to talk, because see, what I can acknowledge was my mom was doing everything my grandmother was doing, and what my grandmother was doing, what my mother should have did, and vice versa with me, is what I should have did. I was right there in the house. I didn't never, like, you know how some parents send their kids to their mom, go like tell grandma to do this. I didn't do any of that. But my mom was so hands-on with him. He loved her more than he loved me, in my opinion. And that was a no-no. So I made a conscious decision. And me and my mama worked together, because I knew that they had an established bond and trust, that I couldn't just come in and just snatch him away and just like, no, you, like, we had to work together in order to make the transition, so he could understand, this is your mother. This is the first person you go to. You come to grandma if mommy not here. But that's your mommy. No. Your mommy say no. Your mommy say no. That was hard work. And it didn't always feel good, because I'm going to be honest. As a parent, I was there. I was working and all that, but I was there. I really thought that I was doing everything right, but I was failing my child emotionally, mentally, and psychologically by allowing my mother to do what I was supposed to be doing 100%. So the pendulum swing both ways, like, he does have to understand that. I mean, I don't know if he has to understand, but more or less just accept that you may never get your parents to acknowledge that they fucked up. And maybe he don't even understand 100% what he feels like, the areas they fucked up. He just may be mad, even though he chose to want to stay with his grandmother. Obviously, probably because it was too much going on over there, whether it was because of the lifestyle, the partying, the women, all that, or whether it's because it was multiple children there. Remember, long before they had the little girl, they had the other little boy, and he was the baby. So most of the time when there's a younger sibling, you know what I'm saying, you don't get that treatment, that preference. Maybe when he was the baby himself, he was getting it on the other. Huh?
But what's funny too, with I think there probably also was a consistency there with grandma. Grandma was able to actually sit like in the caregiver's position, and I know, like, even me, I have like I've heard like a lot of first ladies say this about like pastors and stuff, like how it's a good that comes with that, etc. Blah blah blah. But there's also like there's a curse that come with it too, and I've heard like women who have been married to like activists and so forth, and community organizers also say this too, that like there's it's interesting to date somebody or to be with somebody who also belongs to everybody else. And King had two parents in the entertainment business. They essentially also belong to the world. They belong to the industry. They belong to their labels. They belong. they belong to their contracts. They belong to, like T.I and Tiny, they both had to run the streets. They had to tour. They had to be on set for movies. They had to be out there. And I think depending on what type of person a person is, some souls can do better with that, but by design, other souls may not. I know for me, that's not a situation that would have been able to work for me. As a kid who was just very complex. I definitely needed consistency, and I would have needed very much so hands-on. And so I'm looking at King like, this is clearly the child. And this is what I also don't like that parents do sometimes, is that they use one child as a model citizen for all the other children. Like, well, why you be more like your sister, be more like your brother. And it's like, you have to understand that these are individual souls. They have different needs. So what one child can be okay with and cope with and adapt with may not be the case for the other child. You may have to give more of this to this one and more of something else to another. Like, you have to understand these are individuals, and just like they have individual taste in food, in clothes, in music, and hobbies, etc., they have individual needs emotionally and mentally as well. I also had wanted to add the part that I think that I wonder if for King too, being with grandma, that there was kind of like he was getting the balance of life as well, because sometimes like living a upper echelon life can be a little bleak and baseless and a little bit too sterile. Like, you need the grit, or you need something else that can cause an appreciation for that, but to just kind of sit in that, it wasn't enough substance like in that lifestyle. So maybe there was something very humbled about being with grandma, having access to just like everyday people, everyday living, being able to run with just everyday folk, that there was something refreshing about.
Real
And to
life
get
people,
away,
real-
another thing I want to say too, and to your point is, yeah, like bringing up a good point about that, to get away from celebrity, like you're saying. Like, think about it, if you're born into a celebrity family, then the most interesting thing outside of the norm for you is the norm.
The norm.
So, yeah,
Yep.
And
I
we see
totally.
that often with celebrities. You
Yep.
see that when the ones that are born into generational wealth, not even just generation, just newfound money, whatever. The ones that are born into that, they always run to the streets. They always, because it is like he was saying, it's not the norm, but it really is the norm. And when they realize that, it becomes so fascinating to them. I personally have literally watched celebrity children all my life.
I'm gonna have to let
Huh?
after you get done, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna have to let a prosperity, a thick girl, get up in here too, because she been
Okay.
trying to get up in here
Yeah,
too.
no, I've watched that all. We've all watched that all our lives. These, the people that have money that are born into it, they always go run to the opposite of it.
Yeah. Because it's their contrasts, and like IG said, like, whatever is the opposite of what you live. So if you're poor, then the opposite is the lifestyle and the glam and the luxury and all of that. If you have the luxury, you're kind of born into all of that, and you have all of that, then it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be this kind of a common living that's going to be appealing to you. I know Britney Spears kind of like alluded to this throughout her music too, like this sense of like being overprotected and just not having enough creative space in her life, and not having enough of an individual sense of self, and like this desire to just do normal shit. Like, I just want to go to the grocery store. Like, I want to know what it's like to just go to the theater with my friends and not be treated like Britney Spears, but just be able to just be outside of that bubble and that space. So I think it's such an interesting thing, like with King, because it's so intersectional, and there's so many lives that are being lived kind of in one person. But it's fascinating. But welcome to the platform, Prosperity Thick Girl. What do you got to say about this T.I and King dynamic?
I feel like it's the fact that he did it to them. It's cool when he at the Waffle House telling people he can buy them and they are minimum wage and they ain't nothing and they ain't gonna be nothing and I got the money, I got the bag, you couldn't be me. Then when he reaching in the back seat, grabbing a bag where he say got a little pow in it and he can pull it out because my daddy is T.I. It's cool when it's everybody else he talking that mess to. But the fact that he talking it to the king, I'm the king. I gave you that name. I named you king, but I'm the real king. I'm the king of the South. Who the fuck you think you talking to, Lord Nick? I'm your daddy. That's what it's all about to me. They were mad, and Tiny's doing what she always do. My man, my man, my man. I'm gonna stick beside my man. I know you my son, but that's my man, and I'm gonna take his side. When we get home, I might say something to him, but in public, he my man and he my king, and I'm gonna stick beside him. And King like, come on now, he do that. This ain't the first time they have belittled this boy. He went on a whole radio show and talked about how big that boy teeth is. You was there when you let him get the big teeth in his mouth. So don't let your friends talk about him now. He knew where King was at. Like King said, he had his grandma's house. He not behind them gates. King said when they was doing that show, they would call him. He was sent over his grandma's house as a punishment. And when they would do the show, they would call him and tell him, we need King to come over to the house for a couple hours because we about to shoot. King didn't get to stay the whole weekend. King didn't get to spend the night. Right after they take the show, King went back to the project. Well, I'm not the project, but went back over to where he had access, not behind the gate, where he can go outside and play. He went back to grandma's house. They didn't get that boy structure. God daggone T.I. T.I. was the star for how many years? Tiny wasn't doing nothing. Let's be honest. Tiny was not as big as she is now. Escape was sitting down. They was doodling. They were playing with their fingers, and she was having babies. But when T.I. was on the road, she was on the road because she knew that there were females like Bernice Burgos out there, and she ain't want them to have access to her man. So when she was able to go, she was always on the road with her man while her kids was at home with the sister who's no longer here and grandma and whoever else they had established at the daggone house. Just like Major. Major, I know Major can't wait to get 18. Major he's trying to figure out how he got in his family because they are not the same. They are not the same. So I think it's T.I.'s ego. King wants to be the king. He wants to be like his daddy, but it's cool when he wanted to be that when it wasn't against his daddy. When he was doing all that, getting F's in school, what did they? Oh, they were going to a radio show. Don't act like my son, the worst son in the world. He's still a child. He got growing pains. But what happened to that just now? He's still a child. That's what you said. Every time he do something, you always go back to he's a child. That's what he do. Y'all act like y'all teenagers don't do the same. So this is what teenagers do, T.I. and Tiny. They rebel. You talk about them and they feel like they getting talked about and they getting picked on. They gonna try to go off. They gonna try to test your gangster. That's what kids do sometimes. They try to test your gangster. So why is it now such a big thing? You've been letting them test everybody else's gangster. What's the difference? Is you feel like he shouldn't do that to you, but you didn't give him those boundaries. You didn't give him those levels of respect. You didn't instill that kind of stuff in that boy. That boy was out here wilding out long time ago. That boy was in junior high school wilding out. And what would they do? Throw money at the problem. So this is what he been doing. He just mad and she just mad because now he doing it at them.
Yeah,
now you want to put him in a headlock. You should have been putting his ass in, excuse my language, you should have been putting him in a headlock.
And I just want people because this is so easy. Like I just don't understand how they're missing it. Like if your child is crying out, if they ultimately are saying, because like when he went in his Instagram stories and said, "Don't act like you F with me when you really don't." Just say that you don't really F with me, that I was a mistake. He's clearly confessing the fact that regardless of the lifestyle, regardless of the money, regardless of all of that that's been provided, how big the Christmases was, and this, that, and the third, he might have gotten everything materially that he wanted. Some part of him does not actually feel loved, and that's what he's communicating. And it's funny to have watched T.I and Tiny be so immature emotionally and spiritually themselves, instead of them realizing like our son is pushing against something because there's a disconnect. Like, so clearly what he's really crying out for is connection, is true connection to us. And that's really, I mean, I can hear it, and I'm not even them. And I'm just like, y'all could hear this too, but they so unconscious in their own fool la la that they can't. So they end up just going about things in a way that only escalates the situation and doesn't lead to anything that's productive between them. But the boy just really wants connection, and he's had a lot of mixed messaging that does need to be atoned for when it comes to T.I and Tiny. If she really neglected a big chunk of her parental responsibilities to be on the road with T.I to make sure that he wasn't hooking up with all the women that he was in videos with, she need to take responsibility for that. T.I need to take responsibility for the image that he placated to and the image that he pimped out in order to make ends meet, on top of the fact that a part of that image was also still very much so him as well, which is why he was still actually going to real life jail and on real life parole, because he was out there in those real life streets. And I think that T.I just don't think he has to really apologize, because the fruit of all of that behavior and that image came with the mansion, the cars, being able to give them the lifestyle that they all have now. So he don't know how to take responsibility for it, and he's not making a distinction between his actual ethics and morals and maybe what his kids needed versus the way he went about providing that. And I know that parents have egos too, so it's hard when you feel like you ain't did shit right. It's hard when you feel like your children ain't giving you credit for nothing.
But
But
all his kids feel like that.
yeah.
And so at this point, it's his ego. We all know T.I ego is bigger than the world. He think he is a human god. And his kids is trying to tell him, no, you're not. This is what you did wrong for me. This is how you gonna be on national TV telling people that you go and make sure your daughter hymen intact every daggone time, every 6 months that she go to the daggone doctor. Then you pay her mama to go on a radio show and try to make it seem like everything was copacetic when it wasn't. Then you got your sons over here. You in rap. You was in rap for how long? You one of the pioneers in the South. Your son is over here with J. Cole because he don't want to be around you, sir. Come on. But T.I, his ego is so big that you can't bruise it because he don't know how to act. So here we come with Tiny. She got to run around and make it and kiss the boo-boo and make it feel better and let him know you are the king. You my king if you ain't nobody else king. But what about the kids? Even her daughter Zonique done said it. You wasn't here. You was running around with your man. Like, and King is the child. Well, you know, everybody got one. If you got multiple kids, you got that one that's gonna call your card. Baby, you got that one that's gonna call the card. And King is him.
And look at his word choice. Look at his word choice. His word choice was, I know you niggas. I know you niggas. Y'all know me. I know you niggas. That was his way of low-key saying, y'all hypocrites. Y'all, exactly. I know y'all. I know y'all. Y'all are fucking hypocrites. He was really calling them.
And don't make me tell it. And don't make me tell it, because I will.
Don't make me tell it. Don't make me tell it. Y'all is bullshit. If I need to be exposed on this camera, we all need to be goddamn exposed. If I'm being a hypocrite, we all be hypocrites. We all be hypocrites.
But for that baby
if we're gonna talk about it, let's talk about it.
Right. But for him to say, if you didn't want me, if I was a mistake, that hurt my heart. Me too. Gets on my last nerve. He just a butthole at times. But no child should feel like they were a mistake. So for that boy to feel that way, that has either been said to him or that has been shown to him many times over.
King is what happens when emotional needs have been deeply abandoned and forsaken. You are going to act out in school. You're not going to be able to focus on grades, etc. because honestly, we live in a transactional reward-based system. I don't have a motivate. Well, I mean, at some point, especially when you actually believe, like once you get to the point where you believe that you're not loved, you stop actually trying. Therefore, I have no incentive to make good grades because ultimately I was trying to make those good grades for the love I thought y'all would give to me in return. If I've gotten to the point where I now believe I'm not loved, then I'm no longer even motivated to do the things that so-called will make my parents proud of me, because I'm convinced that there's nothing I can do. They just don't fuck with me. They just don't love me for whatever reason. They just don't get it. And that's why I am so hard on parents. I'm hard on this whole thing. Parents need to, like, this is a whole assignment, and I keep stressing it, that this is one of the most powerful and most significant roles you are ever going to have. It's one of the most powerful jobs that you're ever going to take on, and God bless all of the parents who in a position to be parents, because my God, like, I think we have really as a society truly underestimated the position and the call and the burden and what's all really required and asked for as parents. And yes, you are required to have to stand all the way up emotionally in that thing, mentally in that thing, spiritually in that thing, physically in that thing. It requires your full body. You got to throw your whole being into that thing. But I want to get to Kwame as well. Welcome to the platform, Kwame. What do you think about this wig tussle between King and T.I?
Not the wig tussle. What's going on, King? And what's going on, panel and chat? I want to say this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, right behind, in my Chata Shando, right behind my Kidney Supreme. They all need to be locked up in a padded wall and have a long talk with several therapists. And this is really no shade to any of them. This is real talk. I feel like King Harris is the product of what happens when we don't really dig down into generational trauma. I feel like King Harris is the product of what Tiny and T.I have dealt with in their lives, and going from what they struggled with, going from what they developed, as their personalities, and the trauma that they had to go through in order for them to get to this space. All of the unhealed work that they've done is now the product of King. And I say that because nobody had a problem when King was acting a fool on Family Hustle. You know, he was the light of light. He was so witty. He was so funny. But nobody checked him, right? Nobody let him know that, yeah, you're hilarious. You're doing all of this, but you are still a child. You are still needing to grow, and you are still needing to have the space to be a child. But I think a lot of times we look at these situations and we don't see the fact that he was a breakout star on the show, right? And so what does that mean? That means that he is adding to the revenue that they're getting. He is adding to the family pot, and now he's doing his own thing, and it's causing them to say, wait, do we want to check him? Do we want to stifle him? Because then, he's not going to be as funny as the people want. And it becomes less about him growing as a child and more about how much more they can get from, the producers can get from him. In addition to all of that, I hear what people are saying. That's my take on what I feel Tiny and T.I.'s responsibilities were. But I also feel like at the end of the day, I'm not going to knock somebody. I'm not going to knock somebody's parenting. Number one, I'm not a parent, but I'm not going to knock somebody's parenting because of an adult child. Because at the end of the day, he's over age, right? He's legally an adult. May not be mature. His maturity may not be there, but at the end of the day, he's still an adult. And I feel like oftentimes we look at King and we look at people like King and say, well, it's the product of his parents. Yes, he's 19. Absolutely, Mary. He's 19, and he's still growing. He's still learning. We've been 19. We've made our mistakes. We thought that we were grown and all the stuff, whatever. But at the end of the day, there is something inside of King that is making him feel like he cannot own his own glow. He cannot own his own journey. He has to be something that he isn't. He's not a gangster. Right? He's not somebody that has been from the hood. He's not somebody that has been through the ruffle and the tuffle of that life, right? T.I has. I would even, venture to say that even Tiny has, or at least been around it. But King hasn't. We literally have watched him grown up. And so that's what is strange to me. If he wasn't in front of the camera, it would be a different situation. We wouldn't know how much he we wouldn't know how privileged he was, right? And he can just kind of come out with this persona that a lot of these rappers, try to emulate. But we have seen him. And so that's what's crazy to me, is the fact that we know how you grew up. We know that you were in a multi-million-dollar household or home. Growing up, literally, we saw the spoons that were pulled out of the drawer and given to you to eat your food. We literally saw you grow up. We literally saw that your room is probably half bigger than some people's houses, right? We know that your living room was probably bigger than some people's, entire square footage of their homes, right? We've seen you grow up. We've seen you have your birthdays, and we know that you did not grow up a lot like a lot of these other people. So to me, you have a cognitive dissonance issue right now. You're disassociating from reality at this point, because you know that we see you. And for whatever reason, you're fighting so hard to try to prove to us that we already know that you grew up in a very privileged way, that you're hood. And I don't understand why you're trying so hard to do that. I digress, and I'm saying
but it's the cognitive dissonance on T.I.'s end. You perpetuate the value of the hood and the glamour of the hood and the rite of passage through black male masculinity through hood politics. So you know damn well where he get this desire to want to be validated through the filter of the hood from you, daddy. The living prime example, walking the fucking hallways of it every night and day.
Facts. But Conscious, at the end of the day,
he's not some delusional person existing in some type of a fucking igloo. It's like, T.I, you are the messenger.
Right,
you
but
are the living messenger.
To that, but we also
King can ask T.I that same shit. If we privileged, why you doing all that you doing? Why you rapping all that you rapping? Why you talking all that you talking? Why you acting all that you acting? Why you in and out of the criminal justice system? Why you still trying to be that nigga while trying to be my daddy? Why you all that? Hold on. If I'm confused, it's because you confused. Therefore, we confused. Because once again, the apple ain't gonna never fall far from the tree. So whatever is wrong with me is what's wrong with y'all.
No, and I hear that, and that's facts. I'm not disagreeing with anybody that's on the panel or even what you're saying. What I'm offering is a different perspective at the same time, because I think one of the issues that I run into when it comes to these type of conversations with people, when it comes to younger people, is that there's a lack of accountability. We don't know. For example, let's throw out Jeffrey Dahmer, for example. Everybody was blaming the parents and they missed certain signs or whatever, because there's that's a whole different rabbit hole that we can go down. But at the end of the day, he chose to do what he did, right? He made decisions on what he did. And so to me, and from my perspective, it's like, at the end of the day, yes, you went down that route, you went down that road, and you put in, you saw the map that T.I gave you, but you chose to do it, right? And you chose to, you were open to a space that T.I wasn't open to. Right, in terms of his privilege, his access, and all of these different things. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you had a way more vast experience than most people has had at his age, in terms of the access that he has the directions that he could have go, the options that he's had, the plate that he's been given. And so why are you looking at it to where you're talking about you stand on business and all the stuff, which was hilarious to me, but you stand on business. Okay, fine, you stand on business, but you need to also understand how you got to that business, and you acting a plumb fool on the internet is not going to help with the situation.
But he's still a child, basically. And because his parents allowed him to be that child and be that way all his life, this is why he's doing it, because he's been rewarded for doing exactly what he did with them.
And I want to read this excerpt from an interview he did. This is from newsbreak.com. It says, a king previously discussed his relationship with his grandmother during an interview with Funny Marco earlier this year. He explained that T.I and Tiny, the family hustle, wasn't an accurate depiction of his upbringing. Quote, yeah, man, it's a lot about that TV show, man, that confuses people, he said, because I lived with my grandma. You know, we'll go to the house on like the weekend. They'll say, hey, we shooting today. We need y'all at the house. They go get me from my grandma's house right after we done. When the cameras go off, I'm right back to my grandma's house. Yeah. So I don't know whether T.I and Tiny are shortchanged about the fact that, I mean, if your son had dual citizenship with y'all, and then with his grandma, and he had way more flexibility and had way more access to just life and everyday life and everyday people, whatever the hell that looked like from grandma's perspective in whatever space and environment she lived in, then it's like you can't, it's like trying to tell a mixed race person that they're only black or they're only white. It's like if your child literally had two different contrasting existences, then he doesn't have to choose between the two. He experienced two realities, and his understanding is pulled from both those worlds because he had access to two different worlds, and he gets to have, and he gets to have that if that also was his experience too. But T.I and Tiny trying to force it down his throat that you had exclusively a privileged upbringing, etc. I'm sure that King understands that. I'm sure he understands if he had the opposing experience, he understands that most kids did not live the way he lived. Most kids are not famous. Most kids don't have famous parents. Most kids are not on private jets. Most kids do not have 57,000 foreign vehicles in the front yard, etc. But I think because King already feels misunderstood, that his parents continuing to creatively control his narrative and his truth just adds fuel to the fire, because he already feels so grossly misunderstood by them to begin with. And now you're trying to tell me what the fuck my lived experience is. No, ma'am, no, sir.
And now he wants people to know that it was not what they trying to make it seem like it was. It wasn't nowhere near that. It wasn't always they gave me, I got everything. I also had to, didn't have no damn stability either. When they didn't want to have to deal with me, they sent me to grandma's house. Even though I cried to go over grandma's house, just because your child cry for something don't mean they always get it. Am I right or am I wrong?
But they so fucking out of touch. They don't even realize how much information in that. If your son is crying about going somewhere else, then that tells you that this boy was having a visceral response to a bottle he still felt he needed to be on, which was the love of his parents, the cuddling, the nurture, the attention of his parents, and that he was so not ready to be displaced from that structure, from that nuclear, from that etc., that it caused him to cry and to throw a damn tantrum and to be visibly upset, because he was not ready to be separated in that way from something that obviously he fucking need. So and it's like, your son is literally talking. Are you not fucking listening? Like, if you're just listening to him, there's so much fucking information and everything he's saying. And They're just defending themselves against it
Mhm.
rather than
But
taking
conscious
a real introspective, loving look and saying, because if they listen to King from their heart, this gets way easier. You just need to
And it's
listen.
easier to throw money at
You just need to listen to the boy from your heart, not from your head and your egotism.
Right, but to your point, Conscious, you're speaking. You yourself are speaking from a healed place, right? You're speaking from someone that has done the work, that understands the work, and that road that it takes to get to the end point, right? To get to the goal of communicating properly, to get to the goal of healing, to get to the goal of articulating your feelings in a way that is healthier than most, right? But we're talking about situations from people, and as I said earlier, King is the product of T.I and Tiny's unhealed traumas, what they went through, how they process things, how they parent is based off of their unhealed traumas, what they went through. And that's what all parents really kind of do. They don't have, there's not a manual with every single child
Then stop having them until you get a manual. I don't have like at this point, like we too educated. It's too much information. It's too many parenting classes. It's too many how to do tutorials. It's like, and we're talking about people of immense wealth and access. So I have to be harder on them because heavy is the head that wears the crown than I would be on an everyday parent who doesn't have access, who's getting the shit straight from the mud, who literally has no other way out of living how they living aside from what they know and what they've lived, etc. We're talking about, once again, it's that P word, these privileged ass people. So they had enough coof to run around with ecstasy and guns and ammunition and drugs and kilos of this, that, and the third, and didn't have the bandwidth and the wherewithal, to King's point, to have a daddy who understood the assignment and utilized that money in a more substantive way, other than just showboating, like getting himself into therapy, getting his wife into damn therapy, getting himself into these damn classes, etc. Because I blame T.I solely. Since men want to be the motherfucking head, I'm gonna blame the goddamn head. Then, since men want to be the leadership, when Titanic go down, then the captain takes responsibility for whether that motherfucker stays afloat or whether that motherfucker sinks like a bitch. And T.I is out of touch. I just don't think it's. I just don't think that. I just don't think it's. I just don't understand what T.I just thought would be. Like, you clearly are a dysfunctional, unconscious, like dualistic ass nigga who talks and lives outside of both of your necks. Like, so what? I don't understand. Like, what did you think King was gonna be? What, I mean, like, what did you? I mean, did you really think he was going to be Carlton from the fucking Fresh Prince of Bel Air? Did you really fucking think he was going to be a Bonsworth fucking Bentley? I mean, like, who the fuck did you honestly really expect to be the like? What did you think his end result as a man was going to fucking be? If, to your point in your conversation with Charleston White, you are both business and the rubber band man. Like, who else was King gonna fucking be?
And what trauma did Tiny have besides the trauma that T.I put her through?
Are you asking me?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
You said T.I and Tiny had unhealed trauma. What is the trauma of the childhood that Tiny had besides the trauma that T.I inflicted on her with all the cheating?
No, this is what I'm saying. I don't think
she had a good life growing up.
Two things can exist at one time. I'm not disagreeing with you guys. All I'm offering is just a different perspective. I agree 150% about the fact that there should be some ownership, because at the end of the day, T.I and Tiny are the parents, right? And so at the end of the day, they are the ones that have dictated and determined the direction of where this child's personality and their output is into the world, right? After a while, we need to also understand that King is still legally an adult, right? And so what does that mean? That they're not going to, well, if he goes and if he would have popped somebody off, with a pow, they're not going to go to T.I and be like, hey, bruh, your son did this or whatever. If he's over 18, they're going to take his behind the jail. So all I'm offering is just different perspective at the end of the day, that everyone, that's why I said at the beginning, all of them need to be in a padded cell and have a conversation with a team of therapists.
Yeah, they do, because it's not too late. The boy is
Yeah,
19. It's not
that's
too late.
great.
They really need to realize that it's not too late, and they can
Yeah.
still be mommy and daddy, and they can still try to turn this thing around. It ain't going to be an easy road, but if you are willing to be the parent and you are willing to invest into your kids the way you should, instead of just trying to invest the money and give them the things that they ask for so they can go away and leave you the hell alone,
Yeah.
it's still possible. But these two numbskulls feel as if we ain't done nothing wrong. We got to, don't none of y'all kids like y'all. I hope y'all know that. They don't have said it many times.
They
None
don't.
of your kids like you. All of your kids have problems with y'all. So y'all need to
They
be
love their parents, but they don't like them.
right. And then they got Aries. None of got Aries, and they trying to take her everywhere they go, so she can't say that she left them home and she was with grandma. No, just because you take her everywhere, what are you instilling in her? Like, come on now, you got one more chance. See, get it together, because these people are living in their own world that makes no sense, and this is the result of them living in that world too.
And that's the gender bias of it all too, because while T.I around here hoverboarding over his daughter's hymen, he didn't even realize that his son equally needed that attention and equally needed that protection and equally needed that intentionality and that presence. And sometimes in this very gender biased society, boys oftentimes will get emotionally neglected because boys are not even socialized to be in touch emotionally to begin with. It may sometimes be the girls who get more of the protectiveness, they get more of the attention in certain areas of life. So it's just interesting to me that King clearly feels this is his perception that he feels. And I think we have already discussed as a panel, the way people feel versus what is may be two different things, but nobody is essentially ever going to be perfect, because what people need is subjective and is customized and tailored to them. And this is all a learning process, which is why we need to learn to listen to people. Listen when they're telling you their experience. Listen to them, because to everybody's point, there is no book. There is no manual. There is no nothing. The manual is the communication. The manual is your child communicating to you their honest experience. That's your manual. That's your Bible. That's your guidepost. That's your GPS. Those are your coordinates right there. Is the communication, is the truth, is what's being articulated. If you want to know and you want to do better and you give a fuck about what experience your child is having of you, then that requires you to critically observe and to critically listen and to understand that this has to be somewhat of a democracy rather than a dictatorship.
But critical and critical listening have not really been taught, since our generation, since millennials. You know what I'm saying? Gen Z is not taught that. That's why a lot of these issues going on in politics in the world about books being, we're not instilling critical thinking and critical listening into our kids anymore. And that's why we're having these issues. And when we took, as some of us, and even some of those like T.I.'s age and Tiny, they don't utilize those skills, and so they won't see the signs that King was having, or even any of their other children. I'm sure it's not just King. There's just other kids. The other kids are probably just operating in a different way.
The other kids have spoken out as well.
Right, but I'm saying for other people are looking at King right now because he's quote unquote problematic, right? And so what I'm saying is the other ones, they probably acted out in their own way that's not quote unquote public or problematic to the world, but we're just focusing on King because he's the most on social media.
And that's why the kings and the black sheeps are necessary in every situation, because the black sheep makes whatever the underbelly and whatever the agony and the problem is, the black sheep makes it clear. Because sometimes the other people will be more passive.
Yeah.
And you need that kind of dynamite. You just need something that shatters the mirror altogether, that shatters the illusion, something like the blood that cries out from the land. You need that awakening, and that's the role, that's the archetypal role of the black sheep. The black sheep acts as that sounding board, that something is wrong, like they're the distress call, like they're the SOS in the sky.
They're the truth tellers.
Yeah. Shauna, I know you're trying to get in here too, boo. You want to insert something?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm horrible at interjecting, but I wanted to say something about. I think prosperity. You said what trauma? Tiny. Is that what you said?
No, I was saying besides the trauma that T.I gave her.
Yeah, right. Okay, so what I would say to that is, as I don't know any of Tiny's backstory, but I will say she grew up as a teenager in the music industry, and look what what's coming to pass right now is what kind of experiences that she probably was involved with, but didn't make her the best example to be somebody's mama, experiencing that trauma of the music industry as a teenager, but also being, like a lot of us women, especially Black women, a victim of a patriarchal society. I mean, look at her. She is responding to that patriarchal society where she rather run after this man than, because that man could be anybody, let's be honest. T.I just got her first. Like many women, chasing after a man and neglecting her children. So that is not only something that occurs in celebrity atmosphere, but also in regular folks. How many women see on TV or whatever who are chasing after a man and neglecting their children because they need that kind of validation rather than trying to instill and grow productive human beings. But I also wanted to say that the esoterically looking at what King said, because he spilled a lot, and that's why I think he's a truth teller, especially at 18th. We got to give him a lot of props, and give him space to tell the truth, because at one point in his spiel on that video, there was like, oh, he had a silver spoon in his mouth and blah blah blah, and something about living behind a gate. He's like, I didn't want to live behind a gate, I wanted to be outside. Now that, if that don't tell you something, I don't know what else could, because he's saying that shit don't matter. His parenting matters. And some of y'all need to understand also, or society needs to understand, parenting doesn't end at 18 or 20 at 30. Parenting ends when you die, because you always have a leg up on your children, learning something more than they have. And it's your responsibility to share that information with your child so they don't have to go through the trials and tribulations that you have gone through.
Facts.
How do y'all feel about what Storm said earlier? He said that, do y'all believe that Black people are harder on their kids than any other race?
Yes.
Do we know enough about the pressures? Because I know a lot of other races are hard too. Like them Asians don't fucking play. Like, you gotta marry how they marry. You gotta inherit the family business. Like, bitch, you got shit to do. I mean, I don't think we're the only race that's hard. There are some races. Hold on, there are some races. The way they got shit set up, baby. You ain't got too much independency in terms of what you gonna do and how you gonna operate independently.
No, that's for conscious. Other races.
You on mute on IG.
You're still muted.
You're still on mute, boo. Nope, we can't hear you. IG might have to go. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link for him. Somebody want to chime in on that?
Yeah, what I was gonna say, the difference between our race and other races, our race does not set our children up for success. Meaning, we have this thing of, when you're 18, you out my house. We have this thing where we don't try to create. Now, there has been a boom in the last 10 years that I know of, where we are getting back to creating generational wealth. But we've embodied the message for decades of, we got to get out there. No matter how you struggle, you get out there, you grown, you're supposed to take care of yourself, this, that, and the third. I've made a clear decision myself, because in my household, we were, okay, like I told you, the family dynamics were, in the bigger grand scheme of things, we didn't have to get out. But my mom's house specifically, yeah, we had. I had to get out at 16 when I finally went back home to live with her. When I was 16, I was put out. I had my first apartment, my job, everything. You know, and that's what we commonly have done. You know, and although other races are hard, they still set each other, like you were saying, you have to get the job, you know, going to the family business, things of that nature. They are serious about generational wealth and setting their children up because they believe in the importance of legacy.
And also, I will say too that the way that things work politically different when you specifically are talking about American descendants of slaves or those of us who are Black American before the 1965 American Immigration Act. There's a different way that these things are set up. So I will say that what I was trying to say earlier is that, yeah, we're hard in those ways, but we're not critical. And that's where it's the difference. Because like Rumors and T is saying, even for people who do not own a business per se, there is a way that there is a focus for something to be set up in home ownership, some form of asset that's transferable through generations, through bloodline. And I think what happens with us is that boomers are expecting older millennials to move in a way and have a reflection for politics that work for them, that work for their lobbyists, that work for their policy, for them to go to school and get the education, but then expect us to have the same type of function as if government moved in the same way as it made you who you are. So it even reflects the way that the Tiny and King and all their reflection. When you look for people that's over here that's having the Black American lineage paradigm, yeah, we're harder in expecting that because America, and it's not just because we're doing this as Black people. No, this is the standard that people from other countries leave the people that look like them that's running them to come over here to have such standard. So the standard that America holds over us, yeah, it's a chip on our shoulders because everybody has the whole "you were slaves" thing narratives, and I think some of us try to use that as a way to flex to show that, okay, well, not not me, girl, but at the same time, it's like that doesn't do anything as a whole collective force. And you have the reflection of the behavior of King, Tiny, and T.I. and how Black American politics did indeed fail the next generation in our land.
Wow, that was powerful. I agree with him.
Yeah, there should be no shaming when you look at the stuff like even outside of your feelings have data to it that can be quantified. And it's just that the people that's the people that's representing you in these some kinds a lot of times political spaces, they're the bad boule because there's nothing wrong with showing class. But if you're only going to show class just to be the representative and to be the hyper representation, just like the people we're talking about in celebrity, they're the hyper representation, like we discussed earlier. The norm for that nigga is to come around niggas like me and smoke. Now for him, this is anecdotal, but this is my actual life. And I know that it isn't just my actual life. Oh, no, this sounds about right. Born in a certain class of race, classified, treated as such, different from other immigrants in this country, despite being one of the builders and founders. Yeah, that sounds about right. And I know from not just a New Orleans thing, having the contrast of living in San Antonio, Texas, has showed me and visiting other parts of the country, like, wow, this is the thing that we're doing, being hard on each other about. But then we're not being critical in how we're thinking about what metric am I using this this qualifiable characteristic or function? How am I really We're not being critical. Yeah, we could. That's the problem. That's the fucking problem. We're hard without being critical.
Is hello, conscious?
Where'd CTV go?
It's
Hello?
quiet.
I mean, I thought it was my computer. I thought it was me.
I said, did I
Okay.
pop off the planet
Well,
again?
no, but
I was
you
just
know,
conscious is
no. What I was going to say is, so I personally believe overall, though, that they're going to literally. I don't see counseling being right now receptive. I feel like they have to look like what we saw is like the tip, like the tip of the iceberg. I definitely feel like T.I and his son are going to have a like real fight. Like that boy's anger and resentment is not going to come out any other way other than him fighting his father. I believe that 100%. I think that's when T.I is going to be forced to really acknowledge what his son has been trying to convey. And it's unfortunately, like unfortunate. I feel like Tiny's going to also, I don't think he's going to actually intentionally put his hands on his mother. But yeah, I just see that the only result, and this is so sad to say, but is violence, physical violence.
But
Because
didn't
he's tried
T.I.
everything.
no, if they just sit down
But T.I. crossed. But
for
T.I.
their
But
children.
I don't
yeah.
see
But here's the
see
thing:
the
it's like
reason I feel like because he's been he's literally been talking for years now. All the children have, but like everyone has been saying this, like as a rebel, you push against any system that is flawed, that is harmful. And he's been talking and nobody's listening. So now he's at a point of rage. And I feel like it is just going to become even more violent between them. And I think that's what's going to make T.I really understand. Like, because you keep belittling him and his experiences. Like,
Yeah, I hear you, Rumors and T. I pray that that doesn't happen. I do have to hop off. I was hoping Conscious would be back by now, but please give him my sincere thanks for having me on the panel. But because I have to hop off for a show. But all I'm saying is this, and I think we're all in agreement that they all need some help. And I'm not talking. It's not meant to be. I think oftentimes when people hear like, oh, well, this person needs help, or you need to, go see a therapist, that's attacking. It's not attacking, and it's not diagnosing. It's not making people feel like, anything. It's just saying, hey, I see you sniffling. You seem to have a cold. You need to go see a doctor. And so with this particular situation, we all see that it's bubbling up. And you brought up a very good point, Rumors, that where it's getting to a point where it may become even more violent. So why not have a conversation when they have the privilege, when they have the money, when they have the access to get a team of people to help them, not just individually, but as a family, to see how they move forward. And yeah, I don't agree that violence is the answer, but we can see we're not stupid. We all see that things bubble up after a while to a point where people feel like they don't have a choice or whatever. I think it doesn't have to get to that point. But sometimes people have to learn the hard way. I don't know. I just pray to get there.
okay, well, we see, and it was nice chatting with you.
Of course,
We see that honestly, it has gotten to that point. That's why we're having the conversation, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. I absolutely agree that not just counsel. I just feel like they need intensive counseling. I don't think they need to see one type of therapist. I think T.I needs therapy, like they need individual counseling. I think they need marriage counseling. I think they need parenting classes. I think that they need family therapy. And I also think that maybe some prescriptions may need to be written. I'm not I'm a medical professional, but clearly there are, because for me as a mom, like I said earlier, when my son ran to my mother, he hurt himself and he ran to my mother and not me, and I'm present. that was like alarming to me. And the
Yeah.
fact that this guy has been saying repeatedly how he would have temper tantrums, and his parents have acknowledged it as well, to go with his grandmother, like, to me, stuff like that is alarming. And I know there are typical children that are like that with their grandparents. You love grandparents spoil you, things of that nature. But like, if this is a repeat thing, to me, like, oh, he spoiled you, you were still on the nipple or the bottle, whatever it was, like, that shows a disconnect as a parent. But most parents, not all, but most parents are egotistical that way, where they'll try to make it about everything else but them, because they don't want to acknowledge, like, we all say it, all mothers know, even people that are not parents, we know there's no blueprint. We use that excuse all the time, but this is something that we know. And to not address the elephant in the room, but we see that really is that's how they live their life. We've seen that in their personal marriage, with rumors and things and lawsuits, like, you know what I mean, like, there's a disconnect on both of them, like, as individuals.
What you're saying, sis, is actually very, very relatable to Black culture, period, right? What's that old saying that says, whatever happens in the house stays in the house? You know what I'm saying? So this is not nothing new, right? This is something that, that all of us, has experienced in some way, shape, or form, or can relate to, or has seen in some way, shape, or form, or in our experiences. So I don't know. I think, like I said, like, and it can't be just any old regular, degular, schmegular therapist. It needs to be one of us. It needs to be somebody that's licensed.
No, they need Mother Iyanla. They need Mother Iyanla, because you have to have someone that really gives zero F's about your celebrity, about your financial status, about who you are. You're
a damn about your celebrityism. They're not. A real therapist is not going to give a damn about that, because at the end of the day, and I don't think Iyanla is a good idea. And the reason why, not because she won't help, but because if it's going to be done on the show, they're all going to placate to the show, right? They're all going to placate to the producers, and this is a real situation. And I know, like, some people are probably looking at, well, this is just T.I. These are celebrities. Why do we care so much? Because it's indicative of how we operate as a culture and in our family structures, right? This is a frontal view of what we see in our family structures, and in our everybody has a family similar to this in some way, shape, or form, or some type of portion of our family similar to this in some way, shape, or form. So, and overall, these are still celebrities. So at the end of the day, people are going to look at them as a representation for Black culture and Black families, which is not the case. But at the end of the day, it is. Right?
Yeah, I'm about to say that. And we got a lot of rich families out here now. Now, we're not back in the days where Black ain't own things. We got a lot of them. So there are a lot of children out here that are just like King. We just not seeing it because they're not in front of the camera. But there are a lot of kids that are going through the same things that King are going to, and they look like us.
Right.
So and them are the kids that's going to be.
Love you guys so much. And I hope to do that's another one. Peace out.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
But you know what, though? Because the only difference between them and what we see every day is the finances, right? And so I just think it's kind of, I think it's kind of important. Like, the overall message is, because I kind of struggle with people that do not allow children to have a voice. Like, I don't know if you guys can hear my phone, but I really, really struggle with people that feel like children don't have a voice, or shouldn't have a voice. Crazy. I think that that is selfish. I think is extremely toxic, dangerous, and all you're doing is creating a bomb within that child. Like, but it's an ego thing, and unfortunately, like I said, I just see this getting worse.
It's also a back in the day thing. We got to get out of that mindset of back in the day. The way, remember our parents used to tell us they beat us because they love us, and now people that out here being abused by men because that man say they love them, like things like that carries over. So all of the old traditions were not good. So we can't use. It's not always good to use all of the things from when we were being brought up, because evidently we found out those things did not work either. So it's time to get new ways. Kids have feelings. Kids need respect just like adults need respect. Kids need to be heard just like adults need to be heard. Not saying that they got to be disrespectful in what they're saying, but in the way they say it, but the kids have valid reasons for the reason they feel some of the ways that they feel. And if they're not being heard, how do you deal with those feelings when you feel like that's the child, stay in the child's place, but I am in my child's place, but these are my feelings as a child. And how do I know how to parent my child when I don't acknowledge their that makes no sense.
And then you also teach them a form of tyrannical tyranny, because think about it, like, okay, because since I pay the bills, so okay, then that tells them to go out into the world and always be in an upper handed position of ultimate power over someone in order to have family communication, in order to have relationships. And what, it's kind of sick because my daddy, my Paul, I just want to encourage the sister who was on here who said she was 44 years old having children. I was so proud to hear that. And I just want to encourage her to keep going if she is listen to this, because I'm a product of my mother being 47 years old and my Paul being 60 when they had me. But neither this to say that, what type of sick shit is that? Okay, you could remember as a child when your feelings was X, Y, and Z, and regardless of even if you be objective, be like, well, hold on. Despite me not knowing what was going on, did my parents really deserve to be as verbally aggressive as they did behind that shit? Did they really did they really just have to say fuck completely how I feel, in a sense, not telling me no or no something, no shit like that? No. Did they really, really not have to not consider that they could have still parented that and been stern and disciplined, but not to the point of cruelty and inhumanity? And then you wonder why you got a machine and a monster instead of a human being.
Hey, intersex.
Hey, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear
Yes.
you. Go ahead,
Oh,
boo.
okay. Um, I've been coming in and out, and I feel like everybody has some great points. Um, I forgot who said something about when parents trying to make you be someone that you're not. I think Conscious may said something of that sort, but it was an episode on that TV show where I think King was preparing to rap live, and it's like the whole family was there, and like Tiny wanted him to rap or perform a particular way, and he didn't want to rap or perform the way that she wanted him to. And it was like the kids was in the agreement with Tiny, and they were like ganging up on him and basically saying because he didn't want to perform the way she wanted him to perform, that he wasn't ready to be a rapper or ready to be performance. And it was like, it seemed like to me that they were ganging up on him. And he started crying and making a scene then. Like he couldn't even perform. They got him to the mic and like told him to start rapping and performing, and he just started crying. I don't
Yeah,
know
that
if
was like
anybody
before
brought.
the last season.
Yes.
Yeah, to me, I don't remember. I remember parts of that when you was telling it, like little things was coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to me, like you ever seen any parents that are so hard they come across as bullies?
Mm-hmm. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what I seem
Like
like.
it doesn't give me deliberate bully though. You know what I mean? Like it's more like a control thing, and I I just feel like that he probably still feels bullied by
Yeah.
them. Because
And that's why he
I'm
went off the
telling
way
you
he did.
guys, huh?
That's why he went off the way he did. You can tell it was. He said, "Why do you always let him do that to me? Why you letting him talk to me like that?" He feels like his mama never has his back when it comes to his daddy because mama is my man, my man, my man.
Right.
But isn't that
But
how it's supposed to be?
He treats her like that.
Oh.
hey, Crystal.
No. If your
Hey,
husband is
Aries.
wrong, your husband is wrong.
But he's the sick.
What?
If my husband is wrong,
Let
he's
Crystal.
wrong.
Wait a
He's
minute.
not
We
going to
got
be right because he's wrong.
Okay, we're gonna let Crystal get in here because she hasn't talked.
Okay.
All right, I'm back
Hey
here.
everyone, thank you guys for letting me be on this panel tonight.
Hey,
Hey,
Crystal, go
hey,
ahead.
Crystal.
I really think that it's a lot of unresolved issues when it comes down to regulating emotions with King. He wasn't checked at a very young age to regulate his emotions back then because it sounds like based off of the video when Tiny said you would cry to go over to your grandmother's house, we would take you over there because she would let you suck your pacifier. So it sounds like when he was younger, he would act out until he get his way. And
They
because
can't
that
hear you,
got,
Crystal.
uh it sounds like because he acted out until he got his way, here we are with a 19-year-old that is still acting the same way, but we're not looking at it the same way anymore. We're not looking at it as a child throwing a temper tantrum because he's no longer a child, he's a grown man. And we now have, hey, you are a grown man and we have to hold you accountable to your actions. Yes, the parents did have issues with bending back in the day, so now we have this now, but accountability is mostly on King, not the parents at this point.
I would
Well, how do you take
100%
accountability when you've
disagree.
been told how to take accountability?
No, hold on. I will 100% disagree, and the reason why I'm going to disagree is because just because that's like we the our first our characteristics, the first establishments of our characteristic comes from what we are taught, what we experience, what we observe, right? We have natural born characteristics, but then we have other characteristics that we learn, that we inherit. So if this is the foundation, if he's been taught and rewarded that his tantrums, the only way that, because tantrums are nothing but an extreme way of communication, right? So he's been taught that the normal way of communicating does not allow you to be heard. So you go to the extreme, and this is the only way that you're going to be heard and have evidence, tangible evidence of showing support that this is the only way your parents acknowledge what you're saying to them, what you're requesting of them. And usually your tantrums is what gets you what you want. As you stated earlier, there were no boundaries. They did not establish any type. I don't want to say authority because to me they're very controlling. What it's like is like, I'm going to tell you from my experience, I feel like this is how King feels. I could be wrong, but you didn't raise me. Yeah, you may have provided for me financially, but you didn't raise me, therefore you don't have the right to try to control me. I don't care about what you did for me financially, because at the end of the day, you did what the law told you to do, but you didn't do what nature, you know what I mean, what you were obligated to do wholeheartedly was to raise me. Because I had a tantrum, you weren't the parent that literally put your foot down and said no to my tantrums. I was rewarded for my tantrums. So this is his way of communicating. I do blame his parents for the way that he's communicating, because this is what they've allowed. This is what you basically taught him was okay to do. So the behavior still important. Now that doesn't mean that. Now I did say earlier the pendulum swing both ways. He was acting like a complete ass, in my opinion. However, he has to be brainwashed from all of that. But the only way I see that he's going to even get to a point where he's going to be willing to do this is his parents has to be willing to also give up the ego, brainwash themselves, and relearn how to do this thing again. The only way that's going to happen is if we already see is getting to the extremes. It's going to get even worse. They're going to have to fight. Him and his father are literally going to have to square up. That's
Or
the only way, because there's nothing else to go from there.
Or King is going to have to
go away.
Somebody in his life that he respects is going to have to not be a yes man and find a very creative and motivational way to inspire him into counseling, because he can heal without his parents. But if his parents and like if they want to be in relationship to each other, it will work better if everybody
heal first.
Actually, like get their shit together. He'll be able to be sane and productive if he doesn't want anything to do with them, and he's not going
Mhm.
to allow them to be a narcissistic trigger in his life. Or at a more higher level of consciousness, he'll be able to, through the process of coming into self and just having healthy coping mechanisms and being healed, he'll be able to forge a relationship with them without them having to change, but he'll just be able to navigate it better because he has changed, and because
Yeah, because he
he no
has the
longer
tools.
needs the closure, he no longer needs the behavior, he no longer needs the validation that he is seeking in his unhealed self. Once he get past that, he'll either be able to go on without them or be able to have whatever can be left. But he'll definitely have to overcome
Relationship.
himself in order for either one of those to be the case. But if both parties want to work in a relationship, then that actually, like, they're going to actually have to work, and they're going to have to be able to hear each other in order for the experience to be super beneficial on both ends. But I can't see with Tiny and T.I.'s level of egotism that's
Mhm.
compounded with the wealth and the fame and the fact that they are the parents, so they already take a arrogant authoritarian attitude about themselves in the situation. I don't really see them coming off their high horse to meet King for a real relationship. I don't
And
even believe that, like, Ti and Tiny don't even know the difference between who they are and the character in which
Mhm.
all show up
Mm.
to play. So him getting a real relationship to them would be far-fetched under these circumstances. Unfortunately, it's still possible, but the odds definitely become minimal when you couple fame and you couple wealth, which are all things that can feed and breed narcissism further.
Excuse me.
the thing with Ti is the only thing he took from the Person Handbook is do as I say, not as I do.
Mhm.
Respect me. I'm the man. All of the authoritative things and all of the hierarchy of the things. That's what he took out of the manual. He got none of the respect, none of the listen to your kid, none of the other parts of the parenting manual did he take. He wants to be the king. He wants you to do as I say, not as I do. And the moment that you don't do that, that's when the problem come in. Now I want to put you in the headlock. But when you were doing that to everybody else in the streets, or you were doing that to your sisters, hell, even doing it to your mama, because I've never heard T.I. say, don't talk to your mama like that. That boy has talked to his mama crazy, and I've never heard T.I. say that. But as
That's the
soon as
point.
he talked to him crazy, here comes
Yep.
Tiny. That's your dad. And here he comes. What the hell, who you think you're talking to? You can't do nothing with me. You can't do nothing with me.
Right.
Why should your child be able to do something with you? Why is that the
Mm.
first thing that you say out your mouth to your child? You are a whole grown man. You talking to your child like he's somebody on the street. You ready to square up with your child. And now you see why you wonder why King ready to square right back up with you? Because that is the way you have been parenting him your whole life. And now he feels like I'm 19. I ain't got to take this. Y'all done gave me a little change. I got my own change in my pocket. So now I can be on y'all level. I can be just as disrespectful to y'all as y'all
Exactly.
have been to me. That is point
Ooh.
blank, period. And they got
Period.
to get to the point where they are willing to say, my son, something's wrong. Something is broken with inside of my son, and I had a hand in it. Point
Right.
blank, period. And until they are willing to deal with the bullshit that they put into that boy, it's always gonna be fist bumping, heads knocking against each other because they both are vying for that top spot. You named him king. You think you the king. He wants to be you. He has wanted to be his daddy his entire life. Since that show was on, he
That's
wanted
a
to be his
problem.
dad. Point blank, period. But you can't be your dad because your dad is your dad, and neither one of y'all are willing to move out each other's way and say, "Hey, we got to fix this. We got to find some kind of way where we can talk and not bump heads. No, actually talk. Not talk at each other, but talk to each other. And Tiny has to be stop being my man, and be the parent and the wife and the facilitator of a better relationship.
And none of them are going to
Because
be able to do that without the help of a therapist. It's going to take a therapist. Like,
exactly.
they're all too egotistical. They're all too self-centered. They're all too self-focused, and they're all too unconscious behind the wheel. They're going to actually need someone to come in and to give them the blueprint, and to help them to put this into practice. And I think the most tragic thing about families like this is that these families actually have the moolah in order to facilitate the help. They actually have the
You gotta
moolah
want it.
to afford the help, to afford the quality, the highest level of psychiatric and the intervention of therapy. But I know that I gets real nuanced when it comes to us as black folk, and we do all this church shit, and we feel like we're disrespecting God by putting a man in place to fix our brains and all this shit, and it gets all janky and raggedy. But that they're going to need help to do all of that, because what I have come to really truly understand is that people cannot give you what they do not have. They just can't. I don't give a damn how idealistic it is. I don't give a damn how right it is for that thing to be given. People cannot give you what they don't have to give, and they cannot properly give you what they have never seen demonstrated. Like, it's like me asking you to go out there and to fix a transmission. You might have a desire to actually fix the damn transmission, but if you don't know shit about damn transmissions and you don't have no technical training, it's no way in hell, despite how deeply you desire to repair the transmission, you won't be able to repair that transmission on desire alone. You're going to need a instructor. You're going to need someone there to help you to work through and to understand the transmission and to guide you through repairing it, even if you're going to do it yourself, because knowledge just doesn't become downloaded instantaneously into the head. So they can have the desire, but they're going to need the assistance. They're going to need the help of a family therapist who can get into this and who can teach them the art of communicating, the art of listening, the art of love language, understanding each other, somebody who can help them to have difficult conversation, which does require skill set. Because
I don't think they desire it.
I think they do. I think they do desire I think they do desire the difficult conversation. I don't think that they all have the regulations of their emotions to continue that conversation. I think when emotions get high, everyone shuts down, and then anger comes into play. Then they want to get physical and things of that nature. Because someone said something earlier about when King was trying to rap and things like that. And you also said that King wanted to be, another woman said that King wanted to be his dad. He wanted to be just like his dad. At some point, us as parents, we also want to instill in our children, hey, it's good that you want to follow my footsteps, but try to find your way to it, because this was my way. So build off what I've already trailblazed for you. And at this point, it sounds jealousy is
because they doing it with their 4-year-old now. She's about to be a singer, and Tiny was a singer.
Right, but did they not do that for King? But he couldn't take the criticism, like you said. But it sounds like Eris, more than likely, they criticize her.
They're molding her younger. You can't start in halfway through your child's life. He almost grown when you start to do this. You're trying to instill things. They getting Eris at the ground level. That's the difference.
But no, he was younger when he wanted to, start rapping. He was younger. But I do see, I agree. Crystal, I agree with you in that sense. You're like, why, they're doing it with Harris, how do you say her name? I do believe that there's some validation to your possible theory that there is jealousy with T.I. Not that I even think his son is that good, but he has the potential to be good.
Right. Oh, I have a few more
But
because
Eris, the
remember,
difference is Eris is singing. She's not rapping. She's not an inspiring rapper. Tiny is all for it. That is more of her genre. So I wouldn't see that being an issue with Ti. But I definitely, because even with his other son, what is it, Damien? What's his name? The other son that he has two more sons, right? One of
Imani.
them rap.
Imani.
Yeah, Demani,
Imani.
and he seems
exactly.
so he's supportive of him.
Cause
He's
he,
Exactly. And
supportive
that's what
of
I
him.
was going to say. He's
cause he's doing
supportive.
something different.
Yes,
Exactly.
and
He's supportive
it's
of
not a
all of
threat in
them.
that industry. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
I could
He was
see that.
supportive of the OMG girls. Remember when the oldest one, his bonus daughter, Tiny's daughter, they did the OMG girls. He was supportive of that as well. He was supportive of his daughter because if I'm not mistaken, I seen her doing some modeling. The one that he publicly embarrassed, unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
Deja.
trying to be
Mhm.
trying to be the protective father, but unfortunately that backfired on him. So he has seemed to be supportive, and the only thing that is the common denominator between King and his siblings is King's the only one that cannot regulate his emotions to the criticisms that they try to offer him to push him to be greater, because in order to be great, they got to be pushed. But King shuts down every time. And Tiny even said it on that episode, because I know what you're talking about. She
Mm-hmm.
said, the cameras are in here. You don't want to cry in front of the cameras. And on that episode, she made the cameras leave so the camera did not publicly humiliate her son to see him at his weakest when he was like shutting down because he couldn't take the criticism. That's a mother who cares. But I really think that they want to have that conversation. I think they want to get that um, level field there, but I think it's just too high of an emotion. They all too close to the situation. They need a mediator.
They
Yeah,
protect their baby
but
against everybody else.
the problem is they want if they want to have that conversation, then it's clear that they also want to control that conversation.
That
Exactly.
conversation. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And
And
they
that's
Control.
only
why
do that
take that
with
away.
everybody else. When it comes to those two, they will shield him against everybody else. We have seen it. When he goes on tangents telling people he can buy them and all of those things, what do? They go make a video. Don't do that to my son. He's human. He's this, he's that, he's the greatest thing ever. But as soon as he come back combative with them, that's when the problem starts.
And that's the issue. They come to his defense when he's wrong. When he's
Right. And
wrong, they don't let him sit in his wrongness for a long time without coming to his
exactly.
rescue. When you're wrong, you got to let your children feel being wrong so they don't want to be wrong again and they don't like that feeling. So they're going to do what they can to listen to what you said so they don't have that feeling again. I feel
Exactly.
like they are enabling him, which is why we're looking at a 19-year-old acting out the way that he's acting out. Again, everybody's saying the same thing, that
Mm-hmm.
it sounds like everybody's holding him accountable, and it sounds like there is some flaws in their parenting. And I really feel like they're trying to do different because you got Major that's not out here on social media acting out, and you got Eris there. It sounds like they seen where they went wrong at, and they're trying to make the adjustments, and they are trying to be there for King, but social media is amplifying their situation. And I mean, because without riding the coattails of being Ti and Tiny's son, we wouldn't even have this conversation right now.
I also think, well, I also wonder if they're so called coming to his aid when it comes to him getting dragged on the internet is also a product of Ti and Tiny's collective shared narcissism amongst each other, because a lot of narcissists see their supplies in a way as an extension of themselves. So you disrespecting King is you disrespecting the narcs. And so no, you don't get to say the right or wrong thing to the thing that's also a pseudo extension, because a lot of narcissistic men who abuse their wives will come to their wife's aid when it comes to other men
Mm-hmm.
and abusers while still
Beating
abusing
the shit out of him.
her himself. But
Yep.
because she's an extension of him, then whatever disrespect outside of himself that she's experiencing, it becomes his
Look at that.
disrespect, and that to her may look like oh, he's protecting her, when no, he's only protecting you because
Protecting himself.
like out of the superficial sense of his ego. This is
I
really about
agree.
him. This ain't about really you, but you just benefit from him
I
making it
agree.
about him.
You
So
better give a
I just
word.
wonder if the reason, because I have seen like the whole family get involved and they all run to, like King's aid when he's being held accountable, etc. But then we
Mhm.
also can clearly see in these instances, whether it's with the girls or whether it's with King, where there's clearly a lot of in-house dysfunction, and it's not like sweet in the middle at all.
Right. And because of the lack of T.I.'s presence, now this is, again, I'm a woman, so I can only speak from my perspective of seeing when a man is not present and you have a young man, a young boy becoming a man. The way that he proves his manlyhood is he's going to challenge the man of the house because he's going to feel like you wasn't there, so now I'm the man of the house. I'm going to be a man. And I feel like that's where they come because of the lack of T.I.'s presence when he was younger. Here we are about to see two men about to go toe to toe right now. And jumping on social media like King is doing is not helping the situation. It's actually causing more friction between them. Because I guarantee you in the next week or so, they're gonna play cleanup. They're gonna have a lot of PR with this. They're gonna clean all this mess up and they're gonna, act like they're one big happy family. We're gonna see them on live doing something together, enjoying themselves. But I think
Yeah.
right now they're in a place of challenge. And Tiny being the wife, because unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunate, because that's how the hierarchy goes, is that she is supposed to be right there with her husband. That's why they're married. And they're supposed to be on the same team, but she shouldn't be against her child. She should act as the mediator. But Tiny's too close to
Exactly.
the situation. She's too close to both of them that she has to be the one to say, I need to be the one to put
I don't
in
know if
someone
she's too
else.
close, Crystal. I think she don't know who you are. I mean, I don't think she knows who she is, because when you're clear about who you are, you can handle everybody ass in the room,
Thank
and
you.
you can free your position. When you clearing you, when you don't know who the hell you are,
You
then you
bring up
either
a good
gonna be
point.
more prone to being somebody's yes man, or you're gonna be everybody's yes man. But when you know who you are, you know how to delegate, because that's kind of like that's one of the fruit of
You're
And a
right.
woman.
being like
Mother.
who, like being like having a sound sense of self and having a strong sense of self. Like that's one of the natural qualities that are kind of birthed out of a strong sense of knowingness and self-knowledge and integrity, etc. So it's clear to me that Tiny, she doesn't know who she is, which is why she's been able to be mammified and end up as a mammy to her husband, and allow him, kind of like how Kanye West always grooms all of his women. Like they don't get to be a person. They are his product. They are they are an extension of him. They're just a female version of him. Like they have to be like an indentured servant, etc. So you have to be willing to give up a large chunk of self in order to be a part of these men's lives, because they're so egotistical and narcissistic in nature that the only way you would be able to be in their world and functional is if you are allowing them to control the will.
I like that. And I like that perspective. I like that perspective to where her inner chaos is causing the chaos in the home.
But did y'all hear T.I. when he was telling King, you embarrassing yourself and you embarrassing the family? I said, no, you are embarrassing yourself and you are embarrassing the family because you are the father that is out in public arguing back and forth with your child.
And the mama too.
Exactly. So he's doing what a child does. He's trying to buck at authority, but you as the parent, instead of having reign over your child, and when you say enough is enough, they stop.
He's not a
That
child.
was a
He's an
verse for
adult.
you, not that child, because he's doing what a damn teenager gonna do. But that was me that sent you that cash app comment. It wasn't a lot, but you gave a word at that time, so I just wanted to bless you. I just felt like the offering plate should have been out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay. To the person who said he's not a child, he's an adult. He's a young adult. Like I don't understand when people be 18, graduate from high school, and straight as an adult. If they are young adults, and being a young adult is still learning and growing to do. So it's like he's not an adult. He's not a grown man. He was just in high school last year.
Right.
And barely got
So
out of.
And the day before his 18th birthday, he's a child, but the day after, he's an adult. He's adult socially, sure, or culturally, but psychologically, no. And you need to treat children or people accordingly to their psychological development.
But
Should
does
he
the
be?
world see him that way? Because
Because
he's
Yeah.
a young black man. He's a
But you
young black
should.
man who's
That's the
but that's
problem.
the
19.
We should.
issue.
And
That's the
the issue
problem.
is
We
is
should.
that at 19 he should have more control of his emotions.
That's not true.
I'm not saying that he's still considered
We
a
should.
teenager. He's 19. I understand that. But he should have a better understanding of his own personal emotions.
but
And
where
if
he
he
gonna get that
feels
understanding from,
Thank
Chris?
you. Where's he gonna learn that from?
You're
You should have
right.
been
it's
given that to him. It should have
but
been
Ti
if
given.
doesn't have a control of his emotions.
It should have been given
if he feels this upset with
at
his
all.
parents, why does he ride the coattails of the fame of his parents?
For
Why not break himself
Because that's what he's
away?
doing all his.
It's no such thing.
He don't know no more. That's what he's
He's
been
still
doing all
gonna
his life.
he's still
They
gonna
would
have the
he does,
same face. He's
and
still
they.
gonna have the same name, first and last. There's no way of breaking away from his parents. He was on TV for
And
seven,
again,
however many years.
But it
It's
doesn't
no
sound like
way.
he
And
was
not no,
forced to be
wait
in
a
that
minute.
suite. He was not
And
they
not
forced
make
and
to
him think
stay in
it's
that suite
okay.
and talk back and forth with his parents. He
but
could have
But
left with his friends. When
but
him and
see,
his friends was doing that Nerf gun war outside of his parents' house in a gated community, and they ended up getting the police called on them. I mean, he's still wanting to be in the bubble because T.I had to get him out of that trouble. Also, T.I and Boosie had to both get them out of trouble for getting caught smoking marijuana when him and Boosie's son got caught by the police.
and
So
that's
he
But
has used his father's
here's my
fame
thing though. Here's my
to
thing.
that's why
So,
he does it.
hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. So here's the thing. Because I'm also not a believer of like, don't bite the head, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Like, I understand, like, don't cause any intentional harm to the hand that feeds you. But I feel like King gets to, he gets to, like, providing for someone does not absolve you of accountability and criticism. And I think that that's the mistake that a lot of parents make. It's this idea that because I provide, because it's my house, it's my money, this is, and you're my child, like all this ownership, all of this like autonomy that's stripped from the other person, like it's actually it's a very dehumanizing ideology to have. And arrogance gets nobody anywhere, whether it's on the child's behalf or on the parents' behalf. Our egos will always be our downfall, no matter who the one is. It is as being egotistical. So regardless of like the family and fame, because everybody's point, like he's going to inherit that, so that's just going to be there, a period. And he would actually be a fool to not use it as a catalyst, because in other words, the fuck you that neither. You gonna pay me for my pain. So we got the nerve as a family to have a legacy, and I'm disgruntled. Then the best thing I'm gonna do is make the best out the situation, which is at least ride the damn coattails of the legacy of my parents if I had the audacity to also be a sacrificial lamb as a result of the success and the legacy that now is. If I didn't get to have parents because they had to go entertain all of y'all instead, and because they had to go be in y'all face instead, and because they had to go shuck and jive for all y'all instead, then I'm gonna ride this coattail, period. But you know, where does the at some point, and I know it's hard to see when you got money compounded with fame and visibility and all of this shit that once again feeds the ego, but at some point, like there gotta be space like to be human. And there gotta be a space for everybody to humanize the hell out of each other and to be able to understand and hear and really love on each other the way that's needed so that it can be actually sweet in the middle and not just a facade. Because King's altercation with his family reminds me a lot of what happens in my family that made me distance myself greatly from them. Is that on the surface, there's just kind of like plasticky, nice shit, but then every time the family attempts to really get together, there's always an implosion. There's always like something that's going to happen that's going to reveal the fact that it's not actually sweet in the middle. But because nobody specializes in the middle shit and everybody's too emotionally lazy to really fix the shit, everything always gets swept under the rug to go back to the surface good shit. But then because it's surface and it's not standing on sincere grounds, it only has but so much time. And eventually it comes to its expiration. And the reality that shit is actually broken becomes the ultimate reality that we're defaulted to. And so me being a very solution-minded person, I had to like get on through once I realized that everybody wasn't interested in being solution oriented. Everybody was willing to just be a hoarder of the pain and a hoarder of the trauma and a hoarder of the fear and a hoarder of all the issues. And I just did not, it wasn't good for my mental health to keep running into this fucking brick wall again and again and again and again and again and constantly watch and be a witness to this bullshit. Because I also believe that even if you call yourself being like separate from the issues, it's also important that you also control your points of attraction, because what you also observe can seep into your consciousness and you find yourself replicating similar behavior or reflecting and projecting the same habits, etc., unbeknownst to yourself, simply because you continue to bear witness to the dysfunction. Because just witnessing it consistently can also alter your state of mind and alter your being as a person. So I like T.I and Tiny have to forget about being T.I and Tiny. They need to forget about the money, the cost, the clothes, the hoes, and all of that. And they need to realize, like, yeah, like they gotta humanize the hell out of themselves, and they gotta be able to look at King, who unfortunately probably unbeknownst to them, because maybe what he's crying up against is the fact that you guys inadvertently accidentally made me a commodity. You guys made me a business without realizing it, which is why I never felt like a son. I never felt like I had parents. I felt like I was a business. Because to his point, when it was time to shoot, they wanted me. And we all pretended to be a happy family. And we sat in this house and we acted like a so-called normal family. And then when it wrapped, I was packed up like an AliExpress wig and shipped back to grandma's house.
Right, and that's a good
I only
point.
had visibility. There was only interest in me when there could be money made, whether it was my potential in being a musician or my potential in being a brand. Because I remember at one point in time when she tried to make him a brand, and I think she was trying to get him to come up with like some clothing ideas and all of this because she was going to try to market him out that way. Like, but you know, like, and if he's not given the space to be able to really like say what he needs to say, they're never going to really understand that there is some substance to what he is arguing against and what he is agonized about and what he is trying to put on the table, because they're going to continue to superficialize it and minimalize it because they're not even given enough real room to really just hear the fucking child out so that he can tell you about himself and y'all. And this may not even, and it may never even, when people can be heard, it never even has to get to the point of like you being condemned. Because it's more so like people just want you to
Amen.
understand where they're coming from, and they just want things to change for the better. It's not so much about wasting time on who's wrong and hanging anybody up on the cross. It's like, if you would just give me the opportunity to just say what I need to say and to just express the way that I feel, then we both can just then commit to doing what we need to do to repair this air between us and this relationship that we both want, and we can just go about our fucking lives. But if you're going to knuck and buck against me and you're going to try to be a revisionist historian, you're going to try to change my outlook to make yourself look better in the situation, if you're going to do all of that, then yeah, that's going to lead to then me needing to pull out the hammer and the nails and draw blood out of your ass. It don't even got to get to the blood drawing, because I'm just trying to communicate and just trying to share something with you. And with King being 18, I can give him that. He may not have the best words. He might not know the best way. He might not know how to unpack his shit in the way that a 38-year-old woman or man or a 40-year-old man or woman can, because he is just 18, for God's sake. So I don't even, so there is going to have to be a level of patience on their end to like help, like to try to really hear him. He's having to struggle through language he don't have. He's trying to find ways to explain his experience. Maybe that doesn't, maybe it's not right. Maybe he's not using the right things to illustrate things to the best of his ability. That all is just a product of him being 18 and just not, and communication not being a masterful space for him, but nonetheless something that he's still attempting to do. And I just don't understand, as parents, like I just understand, like if you love someone, how can you just not hear them? Like,
well, I agree.
Or try to help them. Why wouldn't you try to help them? But and also, I don't understand. Let me say this real quick.
Okay.
At 17, he was psychologically, financially, mentally dependent upon these people. And in the span of a year, he's supposed to be independent of these people and be able to hold himself accountable and to regulate his emotions, even though what as a child he experienced was traumatic. I am 49 years old, and my life as a child was not even near close to his. And I'm still trying to rectify that. So how can you expect this young man to rectify in a year of what he experienced? That is crazy to me.
And like Conscious said, don't bite the hand that feeds you, but also don't put your hand in that person's mouth for them to be able to bite you. And like you also said, them bailing that boy out all the time partly was because of, like Conscious said, it was a bad look for them. It wasn't always because that's my son and I got his back. No, my son keep doing dumb-ish, and it's making me look bad. It's making the
and to
family
your
name.
point, the prosperity, that's further corroborated by T.I.'s words. You're embarrassing us.
Thank you.
You're embarrassing the
I was just about to
family.
say that. Thank
Well,
you.
because they are a brand, and so you brought CTV, you brought up a really good point of like he doesn't have the words and things like that, and that's very true. My thing is that, is anybody asking King, why are you so angry, and why do you take offense of saying that you lived a privileged life? Who are you trying to relate to? Because he's obviously taken offense. He took offense to them saying he was born with a silver spoon. He ate from a silver spoon, and I don't think he really understood that reference. Just based off how he got so offended, and so I think of the conversation is, why are you getting so offended to say that you had the privileges and you didn't have to have the same struggles as the
I think
next
it's for the
person in
same,
another neighborhood?
and it's because of that just there, a Crystal. Because we're
Can I
talking
answer that?
about, hold on for a minute, because we're talking about someone who, because see, the silver spoon in the lifestyle is what's being used to minimize his pain. And I think that's why he pushes against that, because he knows even on a subconscious level, he knows to accept that is to then say that I am just acting the fool. These feelings don't have any substance and they don't have any real value to them, and that I don't really feel the way that I feel, because I would have to be able to say that and to admit that and to allow that to stand if I accept that I was born or I lived as a privileged person with a silver spoon in my mouth. And I also think it's incorrect as T.I and Tiny to stick to that, because
But more than one thing can be true.
But this is the thing. This is why it's so, because I understand why King is about to blow like a kettle, because T.I and Tiny have continued to struggle in even as faint people. That's why I brought up his arrest record and all of that. I brought up they done been through changes with their marriage. They done survived all these accusations. Even when they were both famous and had fortune, they were getting caught up, arrested. All of that good shit was all transpiring, breaking parole, etc. So I'm just like, yeah, if you can act a fool despite being a businessman and despite etc., you got women out here accusing you of pistol whipping them. Like, if
and you're telling their coochie.
Yeah, like if you can't act a fool, I don't understand what you don't understand. Why you think you the exception somehow? Like clearly, and clearly we know also as consumers, right, that celebrities, despite their lifestyles and their money and their fame didn't keep Britney Spears from losing her goddamn mind and ended up bald headed with an umbrella in her hand.
But her children didn't go without. And that's the thing.
No, her children did though, because she has a totally fucked up relationship to her children now.
Yeah, they went without a mother.
Played out.
They went without a mother.
They went without, a whole mama, and she is not even allowed to survive that smear campaign, because unfortunately her story got controlled by her ex-husband Kevin Federline, and her sons ain't here for really seeing her beyond those narratives. Like we see the way that MJ had went out. We saw the way that Prince had went out. We've seen like the way that Whitney Houston went out. All her accolades, all her Grammys, her voice, her gift. That didn't keep her from hitting the crack pipe. Like to be talented, to be beautiful, to be privileged does not absolve you of what simply makes us all human at the end of the day. Those are all human people who live in privileged lives, but they're human. They got to take a shit and wipe their ass like anybody else. They get sick, they die, they get stressed, they get overwhelmed, they're not happy, they get betrayed. Life's everybody. Life may a wealthy person different sometimes than it does a person in poverty, but life contrasts against everybody, and nobody is above that. Beyonce was not above a miscarriage. She was not above infidelity in her marriage. She was not above the betrayal of her father, Matthew Knowles. She was not above any of that. Life is going to it's going to give it to you the way it's going to give it to everybody else, regardless of your position, regardless of your orientation, your ethnicity, your creed, your culture, your philosophy, your ideology, etc. Life don't give a fuck. And I just don't want T.I and Tiny to continue to dismiss this boy because, but you famous, because that's just their way of saying what our parents said to us as poor people is, you just a kid. What you got to be sad about? But this is just a rich version of that saying is, you were born privileged. What the hell is wrong with you?
I guess because my own personal experiences, I never experienced that. I never had parents shut me down when I expressed something, because they understood that they don't live in my world and I only have the experiences that I had at that age. So they come from a different era. And just like T.I and Tiny comes from a different era, and they may think that they are giving their child everything because they never had to wake up with roaches on them. Because remember, that was important to them to say it. You never woke up with a roach on your face. You never woke up with a roach in your ear, and you only had to live behind the gate. And King was like, but I wanted to be outside of the gate. So I see
And
what
how
you're
many times
saying.
did
They've
I live
minimalized
behind that gate without a daddy?
it. I was
Can
just
we
gonna
talk
say they
about how
minimized
many
him.
times I slept
Yeah,
behind that gate while you was down there at the Fulton County precinct for 11 months?
yeah,
Can we talk
yeah.
about how many times
Or would
behind the gate I had to get in with the personal driver to go make a visit to my dad in prison? Can we talk about what it feels like to be behind the gate, living with a dad who don't even have to do the ghetto ass shit he does because he actually has the business mindedness and the brand to actually
but do it?
make all of that money without having to do all of that illegal shit, and yet he still does anyway, despite the fact that I'm supposed to be important to him, and mommy's supposed to be important to him, and my sister's supposed to be important to him. Can we talk about
Yeah.
the real behind the gate life? Are we just gonna once again talk about the family hustle version of what it meant behind the gate, or do we get to talk about what it really looked like to be behind the damn gate?
Because evidently it wasn't all everything wasn't roses back there because every last one of those kids have said things that happened behind that gate that messed them up and made them feel like they didn't have their dad or their mom when they really needed them at the end of the day. You can put all the money out there you want to. You can have everybody else loving on your kids because you paid them to. But one thing a child is always going to long for is the love of that parent, and that's it. They don't care. You can give them everything under the moon and the stars, but when you are not pouring into your child, when you are not loving on your child, when you are not making your children feel like they are the number one thing in your life, and at no matter what, I'm always gonna be here for you, even if I'm not present in person. All you got to do is pick up that phone and call me, and I'm gonna be here. That all that other it goes out the window. It don't matter because the one thing any and every child wants is the love parent. Whether you beat kids do, and just like King, kids act out to get a reaction. They don't care if it's a good reaction, a bad reaction. The reaction lets them know that you see them and that you care. That's why they do the
Amen.
things that they kids do the things that they do. Kids want you just got to be willing to give them that discipline. Kids don't
And
do things just because. It's a reason for everything. And King is doing this because he wants his mama and his daddy and not his grandmas, both of them. That's what he
and,
wants.
and let's
And
be
he said
clear.
that time and time again. He may not have said those words, but he said it.
And let's be clear. The gate, the wealth, the fame, the memes, those were T.I and Tiny's dreams, not per se the kids.
Oh my God. Conscious taking all my points.
We making an assumption here. Okay. That version of reality, that's what T.I and Tiny wanted. If there's anything that seems to be a running theme from these rich children who be acting out, is that they all kind of have almost universally stated that they would give up the things that take their parents away from them, such as the Hollywood living and the vacations and all of that stellar stuff, if it meant they could have the attention and the full presence of their parents instead. Because to prosperity points, kids just need the love. They just, and this is why kids, this is why you can go into a poor household right now of a family of four, mom, dad, and two kids. You can come in offering a better house, big backyard, pool, toys galore for the children. Those children will still prefer to
Their
be where
mommy.
they at because
Mm-hmm.
they where the love at.
And
They
even if
were the love at, and they will kick and scream and claw if you try to take them away from where the love is.
And conscious.
And I think sometimes when you put the carriage before the horse, you end up never really working backwards. You just keep working forward in that direction, and you make the love about the stuff, and then you conflate the stuff for the love, and then that's why it leaves a lot of parents confused as to like, what's the problem? Because as far as the parents are concerned, the love is in the stuff.
Yep.
And the stuff is just the stuff. The stuff is here nor there. The stuff does not show up for my recitals. The stuff does not understand the nuance of my personality. This is also why communication is big too, because when we talk about like people need to be loved, this is why we got to seek information, and we got to be really observant of young people, especially when they're ours, because your version of love can be very different from the way that your child or children experience and receive love. Like if we as adults have love languages in romantic relationships, everybody does. Friends have love languages, children have love languages, parents have love languages. Everybody has a love language. So you guys to be able to love people in a way that they count it as love, that they can measure it and experience it as love. The cars and the clothes and the good living and the private schools and all of that, to T.I and Tiny, may be their version of love. And that's awesome that they have love, period. But it's their job to be able to personify love in a way that is visible and measurable by their children, whatever that is. For King, it may be quality time that he needs. So all this back and forwards, offsets, onsets, being with grandma, etc. And this is probably why he idolizes the grandma, because it wasn't grandma the one sending him anywhere. It was his parents exchanging him out. So he's holding them accountable for this sense of abandonment that he feels. Grandma is just a recipient, but it's y'all who the one shipping me out. It's y'all who's sending me out. This is why I was crying. Remember that? Or Mom, you said I was kicking and screaming. Yeah. Because I wanted y'all. Y'all treated me like a commodity. Y'all treated me like a business asset. Y'all treated me like a business partner.
I just feel like that house went down when Precious passed.
Because that baby passed.
But for Tiny to say that you was kicking and screaming to go over grandma's house as if that was a flex, as if that was making a point for her and for T.I, it's crazy, because it's letting us know, baby, there was something missing at your house, that your child was kicking and screaming to go to grandma. And it wasn't just because it was near the hood or hood adjacent. No, he felt things over there that he wasn't feeling when he was with y'all. But they're not listening to, and they're not reading between the lines of what this boy is saying. He's giving them everything. He's just not saying it in the way that they can actually hear it. But being a parent is doing the work and reading between the lines and knowing your child and their emotions and their facial expressions. If you know that, you will be able to read between the lines. It won't be hard. It wouldn't be an assignment for you. It'll just be something that came naturally. But that lets us know that they were doing the things that King said they were doing and not doing the things that he needed.
Can I say something?
He also need a whooping.
Hold on, y'all. Intersex.
Okay, so to the silver spoon point, I feel like he probably was saying, when I was at my grandmother's house, I was eating with those plastic forks and spoons because grandma didn't want to do no damn dishes. And I also
See, that's why I said he didn't understand that reference, because of that right there.
But I also wanted to say, I also wanted to say when he was crying, also it may have been that he didn't want to film. At grandma's house, there was no cameras. At grandma's house, I don't have to worry about the cameras following me around. And I'm the silly young one, and I'm the money maker right now because everybody loved King. I think it was one more thing.
But I love nature, so
Huh? It was one more thing. I forgot. But everybody's making great points, and Conscious took a couple of my words. That's why I was trying to jump up in here. So,
Right,
but
he was making some really good points, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, okay,
It's just,
okay."
like
I think that we underestimate as a people. We underestimate love a lot because we come into this world surviving. We come into this world with economic disadvantages, political disadvantages, and so most melanated people are in a state of survival, and we feel like we already kind of have love, so we really, really focus our efforts on trying to have everything else, but without also realizing that we might have had love, but we never even got a chance to really self-actualize it because it was overwhelmed by the survival mechanism. And so we need to always go back and revisit what love is for us, because a lot of melanated people need to ask themselves, have I really ever felt like I got a chance to really live? And did I ever really feel like I got a real understanding of what it meant to love, to be loved? What does that look like in its greatest capacity? What does it look like in its most thorough of presentations? What is that? What really is that? And I think rich Black people coming from one side of the tracks to the other, they like just don't forget that, yes, while we love stuff and we need to escalate things financially, we want generational wealth. It is important for Black and brown babies to come into a world with the easier start materially. That we need to continue to focus on love, because when you've been in a state of hustle your whole life, I can guarantee you never really got a chance to love.
Okay, so one point I did want to make is that y'all said that the lack of love and things like that, and I said that I kind of joked a little bit when I said he needs a whooping, not necessarily physical, but I felt like King needed to be checked because are we forgetting the viral video of him talking very down to a person that was working at Waffle House?
I said that
Remember?
when I first got up here. Told me he can buy that man.
Okay, see, I wasn't here for that, so I'm so sorry. But it was like he needs to be checked. So yes, we need to love him, but love is not always soft. Sometimes you got to give that tough love too. Just because I'm tough on you does not mean that I don't love you. I'm tough on you because you need to be corrected. That's not okay behavior. And do we put that under the umbrella of he's acting out for attention? Because
No.
he's the one that's turning on the IG lives. He's the one that's running the social media to exploit the family and their
That's a
emotions
problem.
and their business.
But that's what
So
he needed to
But
be
the
correct.
thing is, that, Crystal, the thing is that um, I think it's important for parents to understand that do as I say, not as I do mentality is more harmful than anything. You cannot expect, again, you've allowed your child to have these temper tantrums. You cannot expect, with all that we've seen in the media from their own social media platforms, all of the drama, toxicity, the sexism, the narcissism. How can you tell a young adult or a child how to behave when you misbehave? Like it's you already have someone that feels, which most of us feel, this is what we're watching, this is his experience, that feels unloved, unwanted, unheard, unseen. you then want to control his narrative, his experience, and try to tell him how to conduct himself for the image of the family when most of the image of the family by the parents has been toxic. Like, you're oxymoron, as parents, to think that your child is going to listen to you, is going to even respect you enough to even consider what you're saying to be something that they should consider doing. Like, no, it doesn't work like that. And that's what parents need to understand as well. Like, we cannot, anyone that has children, we cannot really sit here and do any and everything just because we're the adults and think that it's okay because we're the adults. And now you have someone by law, even if he's mature enough or not, but by law, he's an adult. And now you want to police how he controls himself, how he conducts himself in the public image. That doesn't make sense. Hell no, I'm not going to do listen to you.
And once again, how can he be more accountable than the adults? The adults had the opportunity to de-escalate things and to completely disengage from the moment. Yeah, to completely walk away, to withdraw, to remove themselves. How is it that the 18-year-old bear more responsibility than the people that are twice, three times his age in the crowd, aka his own parents, who got all up in the camera, further teasing him, further escalating the situation, who got all up in his face, who, trying to knock his phone out of his hand? Because we're talking about, he goes to the public. Yeah, the same thing that T.I did when he put his daughter's hymen out there for the public and embarrassed her on air, because he said all of that on the podcast, which led to her embarrassment. It led to her being ashamed because it was already bad enough that his ass was being inappropriate in real life when it came to that. And now you're going to take that embarrassing shit and make it a part of your kiki and your male whatever and blah, 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 blah. We know you don't even protect women to begin with, because if that was the fucking case, that would be reflected in all that you are. You would not be subjecting your own disillusioned, narcissistically abused, identity crisis having ass wife to threesomes and foursomes and everything else if you really respected women. So it's like, I don't like T.I. Like, it's because here's the thing about karma. People always think that karma manifests as the exact same thing. It manifests the same in principle, not the same in situation. So like, let's use the word or the term exploitation, right? Like, King is the one who's running to the internet and exploiting the family's business, the way that T.I and Tiny decide to exploit the family by making them all celebrities and bringing cameras into their lives and into their home and making them subjected to the fodder of the public and of consumers. I'm keeping the same energy. I go about executing that energy differently, but it's the same energy. And that's what I meant by King is mirroring something back to them. And they don't like it because they're not the ones in control, and they're now the ones victimized by the same energy that he's saying he's been victimized by. And of course, nobody likes to be in the hot seat. It's easier when you're the one in control and you're the one who dishing out that energy. But then to be the one receiving the impact of all that energy, to be on the receiving end of that shit, now you up in your feelings and you standing all the way up and you pressed and you upset and you got an attitude. And now you want to put your hands on me and now you want to put me in a chokehold. You want to do all that for what? You want to do all that because I'm doing what you raised me to do. I'm being a person you raised me to be. I'm using the tactics you gave me to use. You showed me how to use. I learned everything that I'm doing. I learned from y'all. And y'all mad because of the way that it looks.
Well, I think there's strategy in everything. And strategy, they was on a TV. They was on a TV show. And they have trust funds because Tiny, I want to say she made an episode about that, trust funds for her children. What strategy does King have every time he only comes to the internet with chaos and issues within the family? I understand where King is coming from. I do, and I understand when when Ti said you embarrassing the family and yourself. I completely get both sides of it because there's some unresolved issues, but having to say and to
There's
give
a
King
woman
that.
who laid her life down on the line for a BBL and breast implants and cosmetic surgery and was willing to put her eyesight at risk for the superficiality of another colored eye. Like, like that's what I mean by like it's the same in principle. Like it's fucked up. Like it's the same energy, but it's just bad and evil and menacing for whatever reason when King reflects that same dense ass energy back. When he's on his I don't give a fuck shit. What's the strategy behind her laying her life down as a mother of 3 and 4 and 2 and 1?
But she didn't
For
publicize
the
that.
superficiality of a body type. Like so a BBL was about to be worth leaving your children behind for? Like cosmetic
And her
surgery
daughter
was
ass. She
worth
sacrificed her daughter ass too.
yeah, like so like cosmetic surgery was worth you sacrificing being in your children's lives. Like they like and this is what I meant by like
So are
because
you
you're
saying people who have BBLs and they have children don't
look at
really
what
care or
just
love their children because they
yes,
choose the
yes,
surgery?
yes. I'm gonna say something super hardcore. If you have the audacity to, especially when your children are young, if they're all adults and sufficient and on their feet and they do not depend on you in any kind of way, you can go get every mommy makeover under the sun. But the audacity to be a father or to be a mother and to have young children and to subject yourself to the knife for for the superficial is a bona fide like mispriority. And if my mother or my father had the nerve to not be in my life and I had to go to their grave site because you chose a fatter ass over being a mother or a father to me, I would spit on your fucking grave.
That's
I would
sensitive.
spit on your grave.
Jackie O
They
just
are
lost her life.
and that's exactly why all the conversations happened around her because the audacity. I'm sorry. I got to keep that same energy because when you are a parent, you chose that. Your job is protecting and serving those little ones first and foremost. You by default have to dissolve and minimize yourself. You chose to bring those little entities into the world to depend upon you. And this is the problem I have with unconscious ass people using their reproductive parts because this is the type of bullshit we end up in where you have people still wanting to have a big eye in a situation where they should have a lowercase I going on. When you're single and you want to pop that puss and there's nobody really to ultimately pay for the price of your sins and your decisions but you are well within your right to tear the streets up, goddamn it. And there'll be nobody there rooting for you more than CTV. Tear the road up and tear it down. The world is yours, boo. Set that with your fire. Die on whatever hill you want to die on. But nobody can tell me that a BBL or a breast lift or a tummy tuck or getting leg lengthening surgery as a man is more significant than ensuring your own well-being so that you can provide for these children until they become independent adults and can fly into that open air by themselves. If that makes sense, I'm interested to hear how that makes sense. If the other side actually makes sense, please articulate it to me. I'm very open.
Well, if you're directing that towards me, I personally don't believe in the cosmetic surgeries, but I'm a person that was forced to have surgeries that was not cosmetic.
Okay,
So
see, that's a different situation. I ain't talking about any. I ain't talking about any
exactly.
necessary. Yeah, I ain't talking about
So
any
yeah.
necessary or elective or whatever they call it surgeries. But in this
So
case, I'm talking
yeah. So
about these people who have laid their life down for non-life threatening cosmetic surgical procedures that don't have to happen for any real reason other than personal desire.
okay, so you're saying that because of that, because of the personal surgeries that his mother chose to have due to her own personal insecurities, let's just call it for what it is, um, and because his dad chose the life of entertainment, of being in the music industry, and provided for them and made sure that they have a trust fund, you're saying that King's King's disrespect is justified to his parents.
I'm saying that
Disrespect is never justified.
violence begets violence.
But his feelings are valid.
Disrespect beget disrespect. And
You said it was
I'm
karma
saying that
reinventing itself, and this
I'm saying
karma.
that T.I and Tiny have missed the mark if they think that King exists in a vacuum. If they think that there's no correlation at all between them and him, if they think that King exists separate entirely and that his problems are original and his problems are removed from them, that they are sadly mistaken, as all parents are.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Of all parents are.
Sins of the child will always fall on the father and the mother.
I have uncles in my life who drink. I remember my grandfather was a dementia patient at this point. He required a walker. He, was clearly old in age. He's 93 at this point. He is completely harmless. His body is broken. He needs round the clock care. And I remember one day my uncle, who is a stepson to my grandfather, my uncle had came to pick me and my grandfather, because I was my grandfather's caregiver, to take us to one of his appointments. And this was one of the days that my grandfather was having one of his episodes. He was just doing the most. He was talking hella shit. He was just difficult as hell. Da 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 da. And my uncle sat in the van, and he never got out the car, and he just watched me trying to get my grandfather to be okay and to get him safely down the ramp into the van, etc. My grandfather, he hauled back inside of the house, just doing all the most. So eventually I had to go out and speak to my uncle, who could see that my grandfather was doing the most. And when I got in that van, my uncle was damn near in tears. He was so trauma activated and stimulated by my grandfather's behavior. He was literally shaking. He said, "Davi, I cannot. This man is not going to get in this car. He's not going to get in this car acting like this. I am not going to let him get in this car acting like this." And he never disclosed to me, but because I've heard stories, my whole life, I knew that my grandfather was a terrorist. My grandfather was a provider. He brought the bacon home to mama. He, gave the checks to her. She distributed the bills and took the kid shopping and gave him his little piece for whatever. He was excellent at that. But there was another side to my grandfather. My grandfather was abusive. He was narcissistic. He laid hands, feet, paws, and mouth on your ass. He projected his anger out onto his children and his wife. My grandfather would come home from his graveyard shift job, be angry at whatever, and then just sling all of the pots out of the kitchen cabinets, waking the kids up in the middle of the night, they're rushing toward the kitchen to see what's happening. They would have to clean all this shit up. They oftentimes would have to peel my grandfather off of my grandma. He's ripping her gown. He's, physically assaulting her. My uncles at some point had to even put a damn shotgun to my grandfather's head in order, standing up to my grandmother, who did not have the strength to leave my grandfather, etc. They went through a plethora of trauma with my grandfather, and this particular uncle has been an alcoholic his entire adult life, in big part due to unresolved childhood trauma. And when he saw my grandfather acting the fool, at 93 years of age as a dementia patient, it was triggering to him, and I could not believe I was watching my uncle in the state that he was, because I actually could see the fearful, terrorized 7-year-old boy that he really is on the inside. He shriveled up from a 50-something-year-old plus man to a boy in that moment. And it showed me the depths and the profoundness of trauma and abuse and of being mishandled, and when that shit seeps into your soul. So when I would talk to my grandmother and stuff, because it would always be like a running conversation around, like my uncle being an alcoholic, that I don't know what the hell, Crystal, let me put the StreamYard link back down. I don't I would tell them, like, his alcoholism doesn't exist in a vacuum. Yes, he's going to have to be the one ultimately responsible for cleaning himself up. He didn't do the damage, but because the damage happened in his house, he got to clean up that mess in his house. But he didn't author the mess in his house. He didn't overturn the tables and shatter the glass and do all of that. But because it happened in his house, aka in his mind, in his body, in his emotions, in his spirit, in his consciousness, yes, he has to be the one ultimately to pick up the dustpan and the broom and to gather accordingly. But that pain and that trauma and that mess is not just my uncle's. He's having to be responsible for what mess someone else made in his soul. So there's always conversation that can be had about shared responsibility when it comes to hurt and pain. And I don't think we get to hide behind, well, you know what, you grown, and it doesn't matter if I fucked you up and fucked you over and abused the fuck out of you and traumatized the hell out of you. At this point, you're an adult. So you need to get it together, and you need to act accordingly, and you need to not inconvenience everybody with your fucking trauma, and inconvenience everybody with your badass attitude, and inconvenience everybody with your toe-up ass spirit, even though you didn't ask for that toe-up ass spirit. And I'm partially the reason why you got a toe-up ass spirit. But just get over it already, because, nobody got time for that. You are an adult now. So, that's easy to do, but that's inappropriate. And it's unresponsible to do. When you know that somebody is in pain and that person is letting you know that things you've done have given in this grief, and if you desire a relationship to that person, the decent thing to do is to take responsibility for your share of the bullshit. And to at least provide that person with a verbal closure, and to definitely honor them through your sentiment and accountability by affording them the space to be in, so that they don't have to walk around believing that they're crazy, but that you can acknowledge what you did, what you said, and the experiences that you brought about that unbeknownst to you. Because I get it. Sometimes people don't know that they're fucking you up. But impact versus intent. You may not have intent. You may not have intended to pave the road to hell, but that's nonetheless what the hell you paved. It's the road to hell.
But that's nonetheless okay.
It's an echo on somebody's end. I think it's on prosperity end. So I just want to, say that, when we're in the business of being in relationship to each other, especially when it comes to this parent to child thing, T.I and Tiny are just grossly miscalculating things by making King's behavior his behavior alone. No, King didn't get here by himself. He didn't become this person by random chance. He didn't become this person even intentionally. He is a product of his environment. He's a product of his nurture or lack thereof. He is a product of his stimulations, of the imagery, of the ideologies, of the things that were represented to him as truth and as reality, of mixed messaging. He's a product of all of that. And you're just not being genuine if you look at someone and you remove all of those factors and you make a person 100% responsible. You do have to make a person 100% responsible for their healing, but you don't have to make them 100% responsible for their problem. That is where it gets ugly at. And that's what gaslights and triggers and fucks people up emotionally. I know I'm going to have to be 100% responsible for my healing. But don't tell me that I'm 100% responsible for my fucking problems when I live in this world with other people. When I did not control who I had as parents. I didn't get to choose what society I lived in. I didn't get to choose what religion I served. I didn't get to choose what church that I did, because if I did, I wouldn't have been molested by the pastor. If I did, I wouldn't have been molested by my father had I actually chose this shit. So don't tell me that I am 100% responsible for the problems. But yeah, you can hold me responsible for 100% of the healing. And T.I and Tiny are just showing how narcissistic they are by wanting to rush King to hold himself accountable for the healing and not hear anything about what got him into this place, because they know that they would have responsibility to take if they did. That's what they're really trying to avoid, is having responsibility. That's why they're interested and intentional about not hearing him, not understanding him, because to have to hear him is to also have to be, it's also have to hear the part that they've played and what is troubling him and what is hurting him. And my whole thing is, like, if you're going to care this
and acknowledge it.
Yeah, like, and if you're going to care this less about your children, why fucking have them? Don't fucking have them. Like, nobody is asking to come into this fucking world to be fucking unloved. Like, don't have them. But the audacity to have them and then to just give them any raggedy tied, half-ass fucking experience, and then to just chuck them away because they're 18 and now it's time for you to grow the fuck up and get over it. Like, fuck you. Fuck you. Who does that? Like, what? I know motherfuckers who won't even I know motherfuckers who won't even let a $10 debt go, but you want me to let go 19 years worth of fuck shit go.
Right.
I know motherfuckers who ain't even let go of an argument back in 1994 at grandma's house over Christmas dinner, but you want me to let go of 19 years worth of buffoonery.
A car again.
You want to let go of the grief you got from the good girlfriend that fucked your boyfriend back in college, but you want me to let go of 19 years worth of bull.
Oh God.
You still talking about you still talking about and complaining about how the DVD man gypped your ass on $30 fucking back in 2004 to the shack outside the 7-Eleven But you want me let go of 19 years.
Don't talk about me like that, Conscious. I'm still mad at some bootlegs.
We gotta make it make sense. Like, yeah, but people gotta be responsible for 100% of their healing. But it's so evil and dehumanizing to blame somebody for 100% of their problems. That's just not the world we live in. We live in a world with other people fuck with us, other people get in our way, other people prey on us, other people use us, other people lie to us, other people scam us, other people like we don't exist in the world alone. Therefore, none of us can be 100%.
Other people harmed you.
Yeah, other people harmed us.
More
like,
than you ever can harm yourself by taking things that you never gave them, and they wasn't deserving of it.
Yeah, like you don't abuse yourself. You don't put the blackout on yourself. You didn't wake up to burglarizing your own damn car. Like, we live in a world with other people. So there's always room to be hurt and harmed in the world at the hands of other human beings. And getting over it, it just doesn't work like a light switch. You just don't get over it because you just need to fucking get over it. Like, we are an emotional people. We have empathy. We have a soul. We feel our experiences. We remember our experiences. And our experiences, unfortunately, they shape us. And then that's further diluted and complicated when you live in certain communities and you come from certain demographics of people where you're not even afforded the proper tools to actually heal effectively on top of that. So you don't even have the information and the tutelage and the example to even get yourself out of the problems that other people have put you in. So you sit there and you hoard it instead. You have to hoard it and find some way to compartmentalize and tuck that shit away in order to focus on what you do feel you have the power to focus on, which is a job or your children that's right in front of you or your goals, etc. Not ever really dealing with that hurt and that trauma. And then that shit shows up in interpersonal relationships. And then somebody else has to pay the price. Somebody else who ain't got nothing to do with nothing, who now done met a raging fucking lunatic in the form of a wife or the form of a fiance or in the form of a husband or a boyfriend, who is now taking out all of his childhood trauma and what mommy and daddy did to him out on your face and your body or your life. Or I read about a man who decided to take another man's life at a stoplight because he was a part of a gang, for one. A part of his initiation process was he had to take a life. And he personally also just wanted to know what it felt like to just take somebody's life and kill the man right at the stoplight in cold blood. In cold blood. Now, somebody or bodies clearly felt that nigga. Is that person at the stoplight responsible? Is the woman snatched into an alleyway and sexually assaulted by some random responsible? It's almost a form of victim blaming.
I wasn't when it happened to me. I was. But also, we tell how you tell a little boy, be a man, suck it up. Well, now that he being a man and he's being a man towards you, you got a problem with it. But you've been telling him to be a man all his damn life. But now that he's bucking up and taking it and giving it right back to you, now you want him to shut the hell up. Now you want to put him in a headlock. Now you want the people all over the world that's watching this social media to be mad at him, but not the man who made him into what he is today. His son told that man he could bite him in the Waffle House. But he got on the internet the next day. He young. Sometimes I even told him, why would you fuss with somebody who's making minimum wage? Like, he helped his son degrade the man. Like, he told his son, basically, you too high level to be fussing with somebody like that. But when he fussing with you, that's when the problem comes. T.I is one of the biggest narcissists that there are. King didn't get this way by himself. They made him Everything he was doing was cool. It was okay. It was growing pains. He was just being a kid. But now that he's 19, he a man. So, like you just said, you supposed to forget all the things that you were able to get away with at 1 to all the way up to 18. Now that it's not good enough no more. No, you should have been preparing him all his life for when he became 19. So he would already know that that is not the way a 19-year-old should behave. Him not taking accountability is because he has never seen accountability be taken from by his parents.
Exactly.
It's all those UNs. And he get to come right. He come home. So I can do it. I can go out here. I'm gonna go to jail, but I'm gonna come home. Like all the things that you did, he could see and he was watching. This is what he's trying to do now. You the one named him king. He trying to live up to the name you gave him because you supposed to be the king. And look at all the things you do and get away with. He is your karma. That's what you get. Now, either you're going to take the time to straighten your karma out and get it right, or just don't be mad at the things or the way that he decides to handle it and you from now on. You did this.
And did. Deborah says all those legal troubles T.I and Tiny were in and didn't take accountability. And
yeah, I just think that I'm gonna keep in here listening. I just can y'all hear me?
Yes.
What?
No, I was saying I just think that I'm gonna keep saying it. I just think they're gonna get into it's gonna be a bigger fight. I don't think that I do think that King is frustrated. I do think that he really would prefer for them to hear him. I think he feels like it is his job to set the record straight and let them know, like, okay, you may do this with the rest of them, but you're not gonna do it with me. And I feel like he's not going to just, choose himself in a sense of, let me just walk away and leave these people alone. You know what I mean? Like, I believe that her mom, Tiny's mom, plays a major role in that. Whereas, he may have felt at times he want to just leave and get away.
Yeah.
And she's probably like most grandparents do, like you were saying, the enabling, that's still your parents. He probably have people like that that's in his life.
That's
He's
still
probably
your parent shit. That's still your parent. Oh, that's still your parent. That triggers me now as a 38-year-old. That's
no,
still
and I thought about you when I was conscious as I've been listening. I thought about you because I was able to break away, but it wasn't even, I didn't have a thought about it. Like, let me just get away or whatever, because I just wanted to get away, period. Like, I didn't think in that way, rationally, but I don't see that for him at the moment. I really don't. So that's why I keep going back, and I don't want, like, y'all know, I really don't want them to fight anymore, but I don't see another solution because he's tried everything. That's the reason why we got the results we have now. It's going to be another fight, and it's just going to be worse. But I think that he needs someone in his life. I don't know if it's within the family or outside the family, but he definitely needs someone in his life to let him know, you need to just, if they don't want to change, they're not going to change, then you work on you and you be the change and just change your whole trajectory. You know what I mean? Like, and get away. Sometimes, blood makes us relatives and not necessarily family. And sometimes you have to create your own space and your own family dynamics by the standard that works for you. But he's 19. So that, is very rare. He's a male. Most men are not mature at 19, let alone some young, some women. But it is, like the odds are that he's going to be immature for a long time. So his way of trying to convey and get them to understand is not going to come across in a mature manner. It's not going to be emotionally intelligent because he's tried. in every way that I've seen so far, he's tried. His way of communicating may be toxic, but that's all he knows. So when I see people on social media that, like, especially the celebrities, I'm always taken aback how, everybody just feels like he's at fault, he's at fault. And we're not saying that how he's responding is correct and healthy, but what we're saying is that his actions is literally a cry for help. Like he's left with no other choice. It's like I've been there. I fought my mother at 12. That's nothing that I don't bragging or anything. I can speak from experience when you try to communicate. My mama told me I had a right to speak my mind to anybody and everybody, including herself. But even when I tried to verbally communicate without being disrespectful, without getting violent, it did not come across because most parents had that mentality, do as I say and not as I do. And you're still a child ultimately. Even though I was given that freedom, her action said to me, your voice is not important. So what do you do? Even though they're children, and by law they have no right, they have a limited amount of rights, but they don't have the rights that adults have. What do you do if you're trying to verbally communicate to your parents and they continue to ignore what you're saying? Then it becomes violence, actions. Because this is what your parents have showed you. I'm pretty sure he's seen his mom and his daddy in a house fight. I'm pretty sure of it. So you've taught him violence is the answer. Physical violence is the answer. It's going to go there. It's going to get worse. And the only way that it will be prevented, I just don't see it happening. I do not think, because there are too many of their peers on social media and probably in real life that are telling them he's wrong. You're right. You should have bodies. You know how people, they have too many people telling
all that y'all done gave him. This boy living a life of luxury. He got the nerve to buck at you. He got the nerve to raise. He got the nerve to speak. Yeah, oh yeah, his own right now.
He has no one. Now he may have some of his peers that have like experienced that. Like I wish like people like Romeo and things like that, because I love the way Romeo addressed his father. I love the fact that he what quote unquote what they say is respectful. I love that it didn't get to violence. I love that he didn't overstep and put too much out there, but just enough to let his father know, I mean business. I love that. He needs peers like that in his life. So you know what I'm saying, to show. But again, he's 19 years old, and most of the people that I can guarantee, most of his celebrity peers feel the same exact way that he does. Yeah. So now you have two dynamics. You have one Generation Z versus, I don't even know what generation we supposed to be anymore. I ain't no boomer, but us 90s and 80s and 90s babies. So you have you have a conflict. I just wish they had, like, we need people like Mother Iyanla, more of those like elders in our lives to really like check both sides. Yeah. Because there is some accountability that needs to be held on his behalf. Like, yes, just because I believe it's not because they're his parents, but because as human beings, I believe that he is definitely validated in his experience, but I think that he needs to find a better way to communicate it and come to a place of acceptance. It's not about necessarily whether your parents wanted you or not. You're here. That's all irrelevant at this point. You're here. So two things can happen. Either they can, you guys can come together, find a better way to communicate, you know what I mean, be conscious and respectful of each other's standards and boundaries, or just damn it, separate.
Yeah.
Just separate.
But and that's a part of the misinformation, is that a lot of young people don't know that they actually can do this without their parents. Like, a lot of them don't even know that that's actually an option. And I speak about this situation a lot, but like with my little cousin, like, she's a grown woman. She's like 20 now, and her and her mama have always had a troubled relationship. There's always fussing, fighting, running away. We always had to go over there to get her. It was just always a lot going on. My auntie is a handful. She's been in and out of the criminal justice system. She's been in and out jail. She has struggled to raise both of her kids. My grandma basically had to raise both her kids, aka both of my cousins. But my little cousin has stumbled upon like the narcissism concept a few years ago, and she called me. Her eyes was just so wide open. She was like, "Have you heard of narcissism, Davi?" I was like, yeah. And she just told me how she just randomly came upon this information, and she started just like going down a rabbit hole, and she just realized her mom was a narcissist, and she just started naming like various relatives, and she was just going like, She was just like, just wide-eyed and bushy-tailed over having this language and this concept to describe something that she was actually experiencing. And then she told me at the end of the conversation, she was like, I'm cutting my mama off. She was like, I'm cutting her off. Like, I'm cutting her off. Like, I'm not going to have anything to do with my mama. Now, because I also know the history, I completely understood. And of course, like, so I told her, I was like, well, if that's because at this point, her and her mother's relationship was getting so toxic that it was turning into like a cuss out match. Like it was turning into her, saying disrespectful things to her mom and the mama saying disrespectful shit to my cousin. And so I told her, I said, if not talking to your mother and not facilitating a relationship to her is what it takes to not call her out of her name, if that's what it takes to not end up in a screaming match and to not be in each other's face and to not feel triggered into verbal or physical violence, I said, I completely support you separating from your mother if that's what it takes to honor her. If cutting her off is what it takes to respect her, then that's what it takes. When I spoke to my grandmother the next day, my grandma also had told me that my cousin had was just telling her all about this narcissism thing, and had also told her that I'm going to cut I'm cutting my mama off, which is my grandmama's daughter. And my grandma was telling me, she was like, but I told her, that's your mama, but that's your mama, you don't need to cut your mama off. And me and my grandma had a whole conversation about that whole that's your mama shit. And I told her, I said, but what does that mean, grandma? Like, what does that mean that's her mama? If her mama is stressing her, is causing her to lose her damn hair, like always escalating situations, she's never productive, she's never adding any value to anything. Every time that, cuz leaves the door open for mom to come in, she makes a mess of things. She only ends up being a nuisance and an adjutant and a detractor and da 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 da. I said, so what does it mean that that's her mama? Like, she's not actually experiencing a mother. And telling her to keep the door open is not going to do her. It hasn't been doing her any good because she's been trying to do just that. And it's been costing her to suffer in silence, and it's been bringing out the worst in her. So, like it at some point, she is allowed to vote for herself. She's allowed to vote for her sanity. She's allowed to vote for her self-preservation. She's allowed to vote for her and her right of mind. But it was in having a conversation with my grandma because I know that they are the generation of that. They are the generation of but that's your mama, that's your daddy shit. Like that, they do that. But I also got to realize, like, this is why so many people have been manipulated into continuing on in relationships to their abusers and to toxic people. And to your point, Anya, like I'm big on that whole, there's a difference between relatives and family. Relatives are the people I share blood with. Family are the people I share love with. And while blood may be thicker than water, love is thicker than blood. And I will cut a motherfucking DNA ass bitch off in a minute. I don't give a damn about no DNA. I don't give a damn about no ancestry.com. I don't give a damn about no generation this and no generation that. I don't believe in having some undying loyalty to a motherfucker just because we share blood, etc. Blood to be the same motherfucker. Blood to be the same reason why your ass is in an orange jumpsuit. Blood to be the same goddamn reason why your ass got a tombstone on top of your ass. Blood to be the same reason why your ass is in a mental asylum. I don't make no excuses just because we are kin, etc. So, like, people, I think a lot of people like King and shit, like, he probably doesn't even know that, you know what, King, you actually can vote for yourself. You don't even have to be in a situation at all where your parents are able to do that thing they do that makes you or influences you to act in ways that you prefer not to act when it comes to them. And if it takes you having a long distance relationship to your parents in order to honor them, that's what you need to do for your own good. If having no relationship is what it takes for you to honor them, that's what you need to do. But at some point you're going to have to make a decision, because you are also responsible for your healing too. And if they won't take any opportunity to hear you and to listen to you, and to your point Anya, if you have tried to speak your truth in every manner in which you can, as sweet as you can, as nice as you can, you try to tie that shit up in a bow, you've raged, you've cussed, you've fussed, if you have pursued every avenue of damn communication, and these people still don't fucking get it, and they act deaf, tone, and stupid, then you may have to make an even tougher decision that I know you don't want to make, because no person who loves another person wants to make that decision, which is to cut them off. Now for King would have to, he would have to be capable of really like, he would be going for the highest spiritual good here, because for him, he would also have to be willing to let go of everything that comes with his parents in order to respect his own boundaries, including whatever money, whatever dependency he may have on them right now. All of that he would have to be willing to lose in order to love himself. But I was going to ask too, do y'all think that T.I and Tiny might also be strong arming him through the dependency? Because the narcissists love to get you dependent on them so that they can control you. So do y'all think that right now it's possible that he's being punished or blackmailed, or that, you know, if they are responsible for the rent, responsible for, you know, his mortgage, etc., whatever it is, like that, they may be dangling that or trying to withdraw that in order to intimidate or in order to get him into formation, etc.?
I sure do. Because that's the type of, like you said, that's what narcissists do. That's the type of people they are. If you're not going to do as I say, and you're not going to abide by my rules and apologize and talk to me like all that we used to get, I'm no longer funding your lifestyle. I'm no longer, don't call me. Hell, I see T.I going to the extent of saying, I'm no longer your damn father. Because that's the type of man he seems to be. So yes, I believe they are emotionally blackmailing that boy in order to get him back in line.
But you know what? I think they have more to lose than he does. I mean, he can lose financially, but they already don't love him, so he ain't lost that. And then he's got a lot of secrets. I mean, he's already been spilling the tea, starting off with telling everybody that he didn't live with his parents. I mean,
But we
he
knew
got some
that from
ammo
the
too.
show.
He got ammo.
We knew that from the show. Like we saw,
We
you know,
did.
those that really, yeah, because on the show that was clarified that he lived with his
Oh, okay.
that he was always at his grandma's house. Like these are not things that are secrets. I think that a lot, you know, for some reason the general public has selective amnesia.
Uh-huh.
You know, a lot of this stuff is not secrets, like it's stuff that they put on the show. But I think because like I said, the general public has like this amnesia, you
Mm,
know, it's like he has to, like, now he's getting frustrated and he has to remind them, like,
right.
no, y'all have this false, you know, perception, this is not what it was, or whatever the case may be. But I do believe his parents love him. Now that I don't think that they do not love him, but I think like most people from their generation and the people that raised him, because T.I.'s mom, like his sister was old enough to be his mom. So there is a, you know, a generational thing there where I can tell that, and like even like with Tiny parents, like Tiny's father was an older man, like way older than her mom. So then you couple that with, you know, these are like people from like the Jim Crow era, and most of our parents and grandparents that are from the Jim Crow era, you know, they had that still had that like slavery mentality, and even to some sense today, it is still very prevalent. So it is kind of dismissive when it comes to children, where you just don't allow their voices to be heard. But I do believe that they love him. I just think that they're so far into their ego and more on the standard of what's best for them. And they thinking what's best for them is what's actually ultimately best for the family, and not really considering individuality, so that each child is different. Each person is like, they're human beings. Children are human beings like us. And even thinking that what's best for them, at some point you have to allow them, even if it's the worst decisions that they can make, you still have to allow them the freedom and liberty to make those wrong decisions. The same way as adults, we have the freedom and liberty to make bad decisions for ourselves, and we think that they're good. I just think that they are bad parents. I don't think that they don't love this boy. I just think that they are bad parents. And it's okay. Like, I don't know why as parents we frown at the fact that we can be bad parents. There's like, we know that there's no perfect parent, but it's the ego. Like, they just refuse. And I can't stand that of any parent when it comes to children. Oh, that irks my nerves. Even if they're young adults, you're still a parent. Allow the freedom and liberty and experience, and don't deny them their experience just because that's how their perspective is of seeing life, and yours is different. Acknowledge it. Don't be so quick to dismiss these experiences. Like, there's nothing more disrespectful than to tell someone what they are living is a lie. But clearly, we all as fans, I'm not fans, but just people, viewers, rather, I say, we've all watched the nonsense. And to make him feel like because that's what I feel like they're doing to him, along with it. Like, you just look at how the public just trashes him, his appearance, his behavior. And then you have your parents, because it's weird. They'll really stand up and fight for him in the public when it comes to someone else, as everybody has said multiple times. But when it comes to them, he's wrong. That's an ego thing. And ego is literally what causes so much havoc within every person's relationship. Like, set such an ego to the side. See that your child, like, even to the point of, I don't know who said that earlier, but they do everything. Like, T.I is offended because now he's talking back, but it was okay to how he talked to the servers and things of that nature. It's just really kind of weird. Like, why would you think he wouldn't try you? Why would you think that he wouldn't feel comfortable enough to call you out when you've made him feel comfortable to do it to everyone else? And why is it so hard for you? I think that's what us parents, I don't know, I know, Conscious, you're raising your nieces and nephews. I'm just curious, like, as parents, is it a thing that we just don't want to be wrong?
Yeah. But because I think that that's the pressure too of being a parent, is like, you feel like you are supposed to know, and because it's your job to guide and to protect, it actually makes you feel insecure to not know, because that makes you feel like you're incompetent on some level when it comes to these people that you got to protect and serve. And so I think that idea of like this is why I appreciate people like Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union, who are able to, like, see the parts of things that they don't have experience in, but have the humility to be like, because the reality is, right, there is no book, and sometimes we are not necessarily prepared for the experiences that we find ourselves in. But what defines us is our willingness to learn, and our willingness to be present, and our willingness to embark upon a new way of thinking, and to maybe understand things differently, and to not shun those experiences just because we don't have resource or we don't have prior knowledge. So I do think that a lot of parents sometimes they do feel like, insecure at the idea of not knowing, because it's like, damn, I'm supposed to, and I don't want to see myself as, incapable of guiding properly, but I would be forced to do that by saying I don't know everything, and so I would refuse and reject anything that makes me insecure and cling to my ego out of avoiding being humble, which still doesn't leave us defenseless. So even parents also need to know, like, it's okay for you not to know. It's not what you don't know per se that's going to be harmful. It's your unwillingness to listen. It's your unwillingness to go down a rabbit hole. It's your unwillingness to invite new information in. It's your unwillingness to learn how to do it. That's really defining. But it's okay.
For me, it's like that's my fear as a parent, and that's why I asked that question, because I don't want to be the ignorant parent. Like, I have to, like, I communicate, and I think sometimes it annoys my children because I'm always coming to them asking questions, asking their opinions, and I give a balance. So I'm very clear on, yes, your opinion counts, but ultimately my decision and my word is the final word, because I'm the adult, and I have to make sure that I'm making decisions that is in the well-being of, your best interest. But that doesn't mean that I'm not hearing you. And I because just like we evolve, we change from day to day. We have opinions, we have, decisions we want to make. Today I may want to drink soda all day, tomorrow I want to drink nothing but water. You know what I mean? We change like the wind, right? I'm like that with my children. I constantly ask questions because I don't want to be in the unknown. And I get to, they may not never feel comfortable enough or even themselves understand as they're growing, right? But I think the ignorance of not being willing to hear your children, it's really detrimental to having a healthy relationship with them. And I don't understand why parents, even when they come to, because I've seen parents of adult children that are the same way they were when they were minors. And that's baffling in itself. Like, yes, this is an adult and I get to still your child, but it's an adult. There's somewhere there's a disconnect through the communication. Like, parents are not evolving and understanding what it means to have a functional relationship. Yes, you have the authority by law. And yes, you have the authority by spirituality in some sense. However, the same way that you are a human being, they are a human being. And I can never get past that with a lot of parents with the do as I say and not as I do mentality, because you are the one that are teaching. You're the example. So you cannot say to a child when you've only showed them all of the negative attributes of yourself, and maybe I'm not going to say all, but the majority of it has been very negative. Then you're upset because now they're doing what you do and not what you say. It is baffling to me, like how we look at children and don't see that they're human beings, because that's what it ultimately comes down to with me. You don't see them and respect them as human beings. Yeah. It's like they're objects and you own them, and like they have to, it's the slavery mentality. And how can you see it in one area of your life and not see it straight across the board? Like there's something wrong there.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But
it absolutely is. And I think I want to wrap up this show because I think we need to have a big conversation about what the fuck is love. I really don't think that, because I think when we understand that, I think then it's easier to assess the damages and to know what needs to go where. But I think a big part of the problem is I don't think a lot of people are really clear about what love actually is. And I think this lack of clarity in 4K about love, it leads to a lot of breakdown and a lot of mayhem. And I'm curious to know like what people consider love. Because yeah, I'm just willing. I'm interested because I think the word love also can be very dangerous if used by people who don't know like what the fuck that even is. Because like I remember like the other day when I was on here talking about like best friend that I had cut off in January that I still miss to this day and everything, but how like I'm not going to reach out because I'm not going to do his work for him, etc. He needs to do his own work, and if that means us not speaking until he does, then I'm willing to bite that bullet and sit this one out until he becomes a better version of himself and therefore can be a better friend to me. And I was saying how like the part of me that sometimes wants to jump out and call him, because sometimes I'll be like right to the edge, like right to the edge. Like I remember when I was in Atlanta, matter of fact, for Larry's Halloween party, and you know I was just having such a beautiful experience. Like I'm just in Atlanta, I'm in this amazing hotel, and you know I wanted to just bring the person that I love deep in my soul into that moment with me. I wanted to share that moment. I wanted to just have somebody participate in that energy with me. And, you know, obviously with him being one of my very close friends, he has been one of those people, you know, that I've been able to share my highs and my lows with. But, you know, we weren't friends, but that moment was so heightened and I was so lucid in just the goodness thereof that I was this close to jumping on that fucking phone and dialing out long distance and calling him. Like that moment, it just made me want to do that. But I also realized because I'll talk to someone else and they said, that's because you love them. That's why you wanted to jump out. But, you know, I'm really reframing my whole psychology around love because a lot of our society in the West, we do associate a lot of weaknesses to love. Like we would call codependency love. We would call desperation love. We would call a lack of impulse control love. And that's actually very disempowering. And oftentimes the type of thinking the type of thinking in our psychology that leads us to actually not being able to effectively love. Love is actually strength. It's persevering. Love is discipline. Love is stable. Love is not going to cause you to go out and bust a person's windows open. It's not going to cause you to act out in desperation. If you're doing that, it's you being desperate. It's you lacking self-control. Me wanting to jump out of the boundary that I had established for myself and to give in for the sake of self-gratification had nothing to do with fucking love. That had to do with me about to fall for a lack of control over an impulse I felt at the moment. But so many of us will call that type of stuff love. And then in the context of the conversation we're having right now, you know, this idea of like love, where does that fit into the framework? Because I know for me, I'm so clear and I'm so willing to do the hard work, which requires me to be so explicitly, painfully honest with myself that for me, I'm able to even say to myself, they don't love me. And I know a lot of people would find that difficult to say in the context of speaking about their parents, but that's not something that at this point I would struggle to do so. Because if shit don't line up with love in all actuality, you know, I think it would be unfortunate to have to come to the realization that these people don't love me, but there could be no freedom without truth first.
Can I ask a question about? I think exploring love is really important because I think when we all talk about love, we have our own definitions, but nobody really out loud defines it and say, "Are we all talking about this type of love?" Because when you said, I think doing that self reflection, saying this person really doesn't love me. I've been in therapy, and one of the things she bounces back at me is like, well, it's not that they I can't obviously speak to your situation, but on a individual level, a person, when you're looking at, do they love me? How about their capacity to love has a boundary? You know, and yours is unlimited, or theirs is limited. So, I mean, maybe they don't love you. I don't know, but do you ever ask yourself that instead of saying it's black and white, they don't love me, but more of their capacity to love me has a boundary?
Oh,
Or maybe there's a, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll go ahead.
No, I was gonna
No,
say,
hold on,
or
wait,
maybe
no,
there's
hold on, wait. No, this is the conversation that we should be having in the actual love like show. So actually, we're supposed to be doing that in a love show. 'Cause that's what, like, the whole love thing.
But could you answer that real quick?
I'm not even sure I really understand like what you mean.
Well, like, that whole adage, I think is treat people the way you want to be treated. But it's like, well, first of all, if they don't tell me how they want to be treated, the only way I can treat them is the way I want to be treated. But just because you want to be treated that way doesn't mean that's how they would say that you want to be treated. Like, I was thinking love, you say, my definition of love is A, B, and C. And yours is like, well, my definition of love is A to Z. So they can only get to C. So how can you say they don't love you at all?
I think there's general love. I think there's a general standard for love. And then I think there is individuality love. And that's all I'm going to say till we get to that panel live about love.
I think that I will say that, like, so like how I always say it when that's the case is I know they love me, but I don't feel love. Both of those things exist.
Got it.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Well, Conscious, I know we're about to go. It's been good up here chatting with you. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
It feels like forever. And I look forward to the next live.
God, this was good. And I was like,
was
oh,
good.
like
It
I
was
ain't did a
good.
panel. We ain't did a panel in a minute, it feels like. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, I still eventually I that post you made today would hit me in a certain way, and I really want to talk about it when you're talking about elevating spiritually and how as you elevate your awareness, you spiritually elevate to another level, and you're open to even more things. And you're talking about your was it telepathy? I guess you could say.
A clear audience.
Yes, like how that you're elevating, so you're open, and I would love to talk about that, because the more I talk about it with people, the more, how you do something, you're like, did I just see that? And you're like, oh, I don't know. But then you talk about, and other people are like, yeah, I saw that too. And you're like, you do. I'll give you a quick example. I work at a hospital, and I was leaving this patient's room, and I saw something dark in the bathroom outside eye. And it was so obvious to me that I said out loud, so I remember, and I knew I wouldn't forget or just think I dreamt it. I'm like, did you see what I saw? So I wondered if that patient was going to die. So I brought that up to a coworker last night, and she's like, I see shit too. And I was like, okay, good. Like, it's like, I want to have that discussion, because I feel like I too am elevating to a certain awareness, the more open and more work I'm doing to open that awareness, that now I'm starting to experience it, not to the level you're experiencing, but we all elevate our own. But I want to talk about it because
your sight is opening clearly.
Yeah, something's opening up, and it'll be kind of like a validation, or to hear how other people are experiencing. And I truly believe when you were talking about your experience with Larry, that you are reaching another level of intuitive abilities, and I just want to know what that looks like, and if what I'm experiencing is also an elevation, which I already feel it is, but just to
Okay, cool. I might be able to actually combine both of those topics in the next topic, or that might, or we might just have a separate Patreon talk, so that we can like deep dive into that and give that all the attention.
Yeah, because I feel like sorry, I'm gonna yabba dabba a little bit, but I feel like though you've touched on it here and there, I want to hear about your paranormal experience and how you think that's tied into your elevation. If it is at all. I don't know. That was kind of my.
It is. It's all
I
tied
know
up.
it is.
It's all tied up like a damn knot.
I know it is. And you're, it seems like
spider web.
You weren't really sure of it before, but now that other things are happening, it's probably a lot more obvious.
Okay, so we definitely talk about that in Patreon. So it's 10 now. So I'll set a Patreon for tomorrow.
Okay.
When everybody is like, up and everything, and we'll discuss all of
it. Right.
And what we'll come back to do in about 5 minutes is get into the what the fuck is love.
Oh, we talk about love tonight. Okay, I'm cool.
Yeah.
Okay, something. I'm cool with that.
What the fuck is love? Because I'm really, yes, my brain is restructuring and reforming so many things at this point in my life, and love is definitely one of those things that I've been revisiting as an idea, as a concept, as an intellect, as a spirit, as an energy, in all of its capacities. So yes, so
and
I'm gonna do that.
And I think, just to throw in one more thing, I think it's it would be interesting to find out when people say, "Oh, I love myself," what that actually means, because I think a lot of people would be surprised because I'm learning to love myself, but it's never what I thought it was. So I think that would be a good piece. All right, cool.
So let's do it.
All right. Thanks, Conscious.
I will see y'all in the next live.
All right, goodbye.
Bye. That was our Rumors and Tea. That was our Shauna. You guys, it was an epic episode. And we are going to get into some things. We're going to get into this love conversation. And we're going to bring it, child. So make sure you guys thumbs up. We're working, okay? I hope that the Harrises get it together. Hope they're fine. They're loving, they're enjoying their life. It's always rough to see people who love each other not be able to get their shit together. It's what the enemy wants, baby. Divide and conquer. So, I pray that all these outbursts and this tension actually leads to a reality check that obviously there needs to be an intervention, and that the family is probably going to need some help to sit down and figure out how they got here and what it's going to take to move on from this place. So, going to be sending the Harrises light and love, and sending all of the families light and love. And hopefully, once again, this is a cue to all parents that it's not just about being a provider of a lifestyle, but that you need to provide your heart and your mind and be able to really see your kids and really affirm them and speak to them in their language and understand the uniqueness of their personalities. And it's an opportunity for young people to also realize that their parents are not all-knowing. They're not omniscient, omnipresent, and that communication works in both directions, and that what all people ultimately need is community, and they need love. That's it. That's who we are as a species, as a spiritual being. So I'll see y'all in 5 minutes. Thumbs up, share. Bye.